Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the cyberpunk dystopia. Welcome back to Of the Devil. You know I gotta play more of this. You know we gotta get back in here, and you all better get ready for Fairaray's jump scare because that is what we saved on. So let's go over here and let's wait for the game to load. He did have an awesome effect on the room and all the people inside of it, yeah. That guy, he did stuff. There was something going on there, you know? Oh, it is still loading slowly, even though there was a patch. It is still loading the game slowly. I wonder what that's all about. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the problem. Have I ever played off stream? Only in the capacity of, like, making sure that it looks correct beforehand. Before stream, you know, where I load the game and I make sure that the size of it in the stream layout and everything is correct and everything. And yeah, it took that long for it to load for that too. I don't know, maybe I should just fucking restart my computer or something. maybe it really genuinely is my fault. Do I see anything while it's loading? No. I do, yeah, I think so, anyways. Ooh. Yeah, it's every time, unfortunately. Wait, hang on. Are we here? Are we in? Is it becoming real again? Okay, I have the cursor. There we go. Yeah. But it's not... it's not telling me this is a work of fiction yet. Girl, come home. Girl, save us. There we go. There's end circle. Okay. Yay. There she is. It's Morgan. Okay, like I was saying, get ready for the Fairaray's jump scare. We're Morgan the frick out in here. There she is. I like, there's a scene that ended, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop here and save, and then it just smash cut right into Reyes. I was like, well, I'm still gonna stop here, even though we're sitting on Reyes saying, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've got to be... You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. I like Pink London. Is anybody else like, whoa, Pink London right now, right? Right? We're all seeing that and going, oh, this is like a new fun London that I can get into. This bubblegum London. You're serious? This is reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes! Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Because assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Cyanus is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. Yeah, Reyes does not understand how this works. Reyes is... I've said this elsewhere a couple of times, but Reyes to me really feels like the people who made this game played some Persona games and they saw how like many times at the end of those games there would be one character who's like, I'm gonna become a cop because I wanna protect people, and they looked that like dead in the eyes and went, okay, this is what that would be like. Because that is like what Reyes is, I feel like. I feel like Reyes specifically is like, she has the draw to like the authority and the power of the cop, but also has like an idyllic idea of like what that means. And is just like way in over in her head in a lot of ways, right? Like she is a cop in many ways, but she's also not a cop in other ways, because like, yeah, she's kind of clueless about the reality of cops. She's a bit ignorant, yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah, she joined the police for the quote-unquote right reasons. Yeah. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Han, not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm when we've got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instant, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debriefed. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Oh. Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung? Whatever. I think you can just walk away after the shit you said, turn around and... Take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Forget it. You all can go to hell for all I care. Oh, no, not you. For God's sake. I love that she saw Sarah get sad when she said that, and she had to correct herself. See, this is also part of what I'm talking about, right? We're like, it's the same thing where, like, Morgan said before that, like, she did trust Reyes to, like, to guard Sosuke because she wasn't the same as the other cops, and that's that's another instance of that too. Sorry about the bad timing. And no, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson? The Blue Bloods are a big organization. Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han, who work in the gray areas, might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I'm also really curious where Reyes goes as a character. Yeah, there's a lot that you could do there, right? I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. And they sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think there's a surprise he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Hey, yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. Yeah. I feel like I could see the arc of Reyes being that she does start to go through, like, everything she believed in is falling apart, and she does almost become, like, better in a way, and then the Morgan is heartbreak thing drops and she becomes worse instead. I feel like I can really see that happening, right? Do you know how many chapters there's gonna be? Supposedly there is going to be 5 chapters, not including chapter 0. So 6 chapters, I guess. Yeah. Knowing Morgana's heartbreak made chapter 0 very funny. Yeah. they dance around it for a while, but personally speaking, I went into this having like looked through like the stir page and the trailers and stuff, so I was pretty aware already when I started chapter 0 that I was like, okay, yeah, Morgan has probably killed somebody, because like all the trailers call her a killer lawyer and stuff, and like I was just like, oh, okay, I think I get what you're putting down. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're pretty cheeky about it, and I mean it is the premise of the game, right? So it makes sense to just like essentially put it out there to hint real hard. Does Morgan's profile on 0 have the criminal comma attorney? Oh yeah, no, it's criminal comma attorney after like once the heartbreak profile gets changed to being her. It just says she's a criminal defense attorney in her normal profile at the beginning of chapter 0. And then once it gets revealed and you get the updated heartbreak profile, then that's where criminal comma defense attorney comes in. And I believe it's stayed that way since then. Yeah, criminal comma defense attorney. Which is, it's just a really good joke. It's really awesome. You had no idea until they fully revealed it and your girlfriend guessed it super early. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just gonna depend on, like, I don't know, what you're looking for already, right? It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. It is a good reveal. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Not to like talk about my own stream during my own stream or something. It was really funny. It was really funny, and I think about it constantly that G-Pool raided during that reveal. Like, in the middle of it, like, while the text box of, like, Morgan saying, I killed those people because I wanted to, was on screen. I think about that sometimes, and it's just so funny. It's so awesome that happened. Classic Morgan going quiet moment. What brings you back here anyway? We are pursuing leads. Sounds serious. And I went go digging into Chopin after my implications earlier today. Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list. But other than her, I think it mostly just pissed people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof Windows theory, but... Yeah? What's it say? The blood spatter. Additional analysis of the building has confirmed that the windows and doors are all effectively soundproof when closed. Okay. True. Don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one else knows how. I wonder if we're going to City Hall next episode. I feel like that makes sense in terms of the escalation. I wonder if next episode is going to put us in City Hall. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm logs on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Sarah, come on. Afraid not, little lady. Don't you know about Nox's laws? But maybe you'll have better luck than me. secret passages? In what world? Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes will tell you the same thing. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 1039 went out around 10:15 p.m., telling us that Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. and Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m., we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in, and Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was? Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So, the Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself? Yep, charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was in fact clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Cyanus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised he didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107.
I call forth the icy touch of death!
Interesting. So there was an unlocked door. Reyes loves kicking doors for sure, yeah? Detective London testifies that this one vault door was unlocked when he and Detective Reyes arrived at the scene of the crime. He utilizes a physical key like all other doors on the premises. Nothing suspicious was found in this or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared. Okay. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Cyanus has unlocked every door in the building at this point. When I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'd be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'd be floored. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? That's what I've been saying. Also, hi Boniface and Gadget. What did you miss? We basically just started. Reyes is very mad. She had to go. What do you want to pitch this as the young bloods and old guards going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. What's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets. If my theory's correct and Chopin was killed because the young bloods didn't want the old guard abandoning them, the old guard have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to drop off of to profit off of Prop 492 or a Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. A nickname? But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, should have asked first. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. That's cute. That's funny. Funny how nobody wants to suspect the other guy at the scene of the crime. Wonder why that is. I gotta be honest. My initial thought was that the other guy at the scene of the crime was responsible. But I don't know. After seeing him in person, well, so my problem with the idea that the cop did it. Really, my main and only problem with it is that I don't feel like it fully encompasses the full scope of what's going on in this case, right? And I mean that from like a narrative perspective. So I feel like, especially since we just got this door that's unlocked, I feel like there probably was some other party involved who maybe Rogers was pals with, you know? I think, I don't know. I really don't want to write out Rogers as a suspect is the thing, because it really feels like that's gotta be part of this too, right? A third adopted boy, that's right. What the hell? Did you hate spearmint that much? That is, I would never want to seem ungrateful. She really didn't like being called spearmint. It's got a load a bit, I think. Whoa, what's a thump downstairs? Weird. Giving me a moment. I'm thinking about Morgan. Thinking about the ellipses. Here we go. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Hahn? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute Android, by the way. So, what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start up big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I really like her head tilt smile. She's so cute. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Hahn. It's just Hahn. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer? Or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arcs would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you see the level of tech we Blue Bloods have? It's secured, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Assure did, Sarah. You know, a thought is occurring to me. Now that I'm thinking about, like, Rogers as being involved and maybe there being a second person. Well, you know, another person who is here that would also be involved with, killing Chopin. We really do just kind of have to take Rogers for his word that he was the one, or that Chopin was the one who called out that he heard gunfire, right? It could be that he's the one who got the alert. If there's like, if there's nothing connecting Chopin to the Blue Bloods, right? It could be that Rogers is the one that got the alert, and he's just lying about which one of them heard gunshots for, I don't know, to make himself continue to seem bumbling? I'm not sure. It's a thought. I don't know. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsistence from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the ARCs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle then, how can an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. Twitch is demanding that you spend 100,000 lucky button snakes. Well, Rachel, how about it? You want to, don't you? I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? Hi, Rachel. It's almost all you have. Well, if you want to be cautious about it, that's okay too. Thank you for posting Cat. My wonderful sweet Indy. Where is she? I don't know where she is. She's probably in the other room. She's probably nesting. Danae, thank you for removing some snakes. What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. The fucking knife! Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I didn't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. Huh? You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife. And it's charred? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. I love when she... I love when she does the thinking pose with Morgan. It's so cute. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So, how did both the police and Sionus miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then... we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. Interesting. I'm just gonna double check something right now. Chopin is blood type A positive, and I believe it was Miller, B negative. Yeah. So it is different. So could be interesting. That could work out, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met, yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on this knife, I would have to use my... tongue. Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood! Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. 'Cause that's never happening. No! What? Holy shit! Oh, she hates it! Oh, the rainbow barf! She hated it so much! I love that looked... I genuinely thought they were gonna make me, like, move my mouse to put the knife on her tongue. I thought that was gonna be a fucking WarioWare minigame. They could have WarioWared it. I don't know if they should have WarioWared it. They definitely could have, though. What have you got? There is blood from more than one person present. Mostly B negative, I believe, with some AB negative around the tip. AB negative? I wasn't expecting that. That's Morgan's blood type, but I don't remember. It's been, a week almost. I don't remember if the knife ever actually hit her. There's other people with AB negative, though. Hang on, let's see. Sosuke, for instance, is blood type AB negative. So it could be that he got nicked by the knife at some point. Who else related to this is AB negative? Chopin is A positive, so probably not. 80 and Barrows, we don't need to check. Creek, yeah. Diamante isn't necessary. Han? O negative. Unrelated. I can't imagine London. Yeah, B positive. Don't know why it would be Makoto, but A negative. Couldn't be Masters. Miller, right? Yeah, that was who the B negative blood is. Right. A negative, yeah. Trey, O positive, yeah. Murray is A positive. Rogers is also AB negative. Interesting. So it could be Rogers, or it could be Sosuke, since they both have the same blood type. Which is also Morgan's blood type, but I don't think it's Morgan's blood. AB negative around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. I already did, Morgan, because I am a good detective. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. She is so mean to her. She's so mean to her. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. My knife. Mass-produced medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors. Recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside the crime scene. Sarah does need a treat. You gotta get this girl some ice cream or something, okay? There's clear signs of blood on the blade despite being significantly charred by flames. Sarah's unique, but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis. Found the presence of the following: type B negative blood and AB negative blood. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sosuke. How the hell did it end up outside? Get this girl a bottle of wine to appreciate. She's underage. She can't have that. How many androids can say that? Okay, good job cheering her up. She buys wine already. Okay, you know what? That's true. Now come on, we've got some boxes to tick. Reading protocol, designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The ARC shows that they failed. Fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages, then?
No more detail than you do, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, it would be unreadable to ads, too.
It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them.
Well... We know why that is. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. They must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Who would do that?
So this is where they found Creek's body.
He was the only one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration.
They weren't paralyzed.
What do you mean?
If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noticed that in her autopsy.
That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was playing dead? Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all?
It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue.
If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died, help me look.
For what?
Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on, what's this? What was that? Did you just jump?
I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai.
What sound? I just brushed against this... Oh no. She's doing the clicker to her. This is sad. This little toy thing, you can hear it?
I can, and it is not exactly pleasant on the ears.
Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you?
I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone.
Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood.
Closing the window would not matter.
It's soundproof, though.
But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with.
Right.
But do you really think that Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments?
A whistle of unusual make discovered not far from where Creek's body was found. Pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans but capable of being picked up by many electronics. Well, that would be the silent analog alert, right? Anything else?
Our client, Sosuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him.
Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Yeah, Sarah is using they them for Creek. But Morgan isn't. We do know that Creek has any pronouns.
Or merely trying to retrieve it.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah and Yumi use they them and everybody else uses he him because, you know, Sarah and Yumi, they get it, obviously.
Or merely trying to retrieve it.
Not a huge improvement there.
He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he?
That was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how we looked when Rogers arrested him.
What specifically?
He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis?
The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him when he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers.
The any pronouns George Costanza post. She hit me all night, Terry! Yeah. And he also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. How exactly was he injured?
His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrists where he was bound. Contusions all over the anterior side of his body. He also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of his head.
His biggest wound was to the back of his head? I guess we fell backwards to the ground.
There is also a small cut on his left hand.
How small?
As if he cut himself in the kitchen.
Okay, so probably, maybe at least, Sosuke is the one who got cut by that knife. Interesting. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough.
Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai?
Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me.
I'm afraid not.
How is it that I am the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? I mean, Morgan. You did wipe all your prints. I wouldn't call that preserving the crime scene. But okay, sure. Oh, there's a new data pad here. Weird.
Is this evidence?
It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it.
Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. And it seems...
Just let me skim it for myself. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled, arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. It identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. I see. So, this is somebody who hadn't even done anything yet. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power and listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism amongst the shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. I see. You love when they ascribe meaning to the kills? Morgan hates it. I think there's probably nothing that she would hate more. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent, but Hanami's CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking they're the next Heartbreak just because you bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Update. Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. We've also learned that a select portion of shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers as well as their customers and shareholders. Whether this is indication of a reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, like what you're reading? Does it change how you feel about Hanami Robotics? What if you could have access to stories like this hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premier account, you'll have access to all our updates on the business world as soon as they hit our desk. Remember, that's not insider trading, that's forerunner trading. TM! Oh my god. Morgan is awesome.
It seems like Heartbreak isn't going away no matter what happened to the original.
So it would seem.
Anchortan. Supposedly he was the first to die.
Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first.
Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him.
Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along?
Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago.
TC and HR? Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers?
The badge numbers match. It seems like they detained Anchortan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him.
Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk? At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go?
Is it possible that he was a criminal informant?
If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. Besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs.
Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason.
Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report.
Right away.
That about wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Cyanos is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Ooh. I see.
Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary.
Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. It's sad this has to happen to Sarah, but...
Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that?
Fine, whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really. It's just an app. You set the frequency and get a note if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency, but I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in.
So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident?
Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you were poking around, and they're the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods? What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it.
It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos.
You have no idea what this ink means.
Would you tell us what it means?
Blood bag.
What?
The old guard use you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who would have guessed? Got no children because the Icaria killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, they'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA graded, just like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Well, if I remember right, Creek is O negative. So, yeah. What happened? Oh, the gun got updated. Right, with, down on Tanks' person over a week ago during a routine civilian frisk by officers TC and HR. Report follows. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. Firearm shows signs of illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Subject released with a warning in accordance with police code 65329E. Personal discretion without prejudice. Interesting.
Are we done here, you think?
Not quite. Yeah, I figured we'd have to go back in here. Clear that notification out. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck in here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed in the maggots to, well, frame him. And the knife also to frame him. But secondarily, so that he could cut himself free from his bindings.
Those bloody rags there?
Remember what Sosuke told us when he first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along.
And gave him a knife.
Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is.
The blood on the bindings. It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do.
Probably. But I need to know. She is so mean to her. She is so mean to her. You've already done it once. What's one more time?
One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the science employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews.
That's right. Cyanus does DNA testing.
Typically, paternity tests as part of their private investigative services. but they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed.
Wait.
I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test these bindings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience.
Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident next time we discuss a raise. She's so mean to her. Really is a shithole in here though, huh?
I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place.
Morgan, you gotta be nicer to her. You have to be nicer to her, Morgan. She doesn't deserve that shit.
What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai?
No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party.
Because someone must have opened them to go down the fire escape.
And then what?
They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right?
Yeah, that's one option.
What's the other?
They go into the room below here. Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? Sorry, needed a sippy. I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But what the hell do all these cops and Cyanus chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones?
I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment, but you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how Cyanus employees were not wearing gloves and
knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash that'd be removing evidence, the arcs would light up. Adding trash, though? Adonai? Help me look through this.
Garbage again? Already?
Just start looking.
If any of it requires DNA analysis.
Wait, there. Red.
I don't smell any blood.
Not blood. Ink.
A torn page of the red ink document. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples?
Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kinds of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same 2 Megs.
But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual test, and that...
Looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times.
Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important?
Yes. Especially because it has the Cyanus logo on it, which I don't remember. Does the other red ink have that? It doesn't seem to. Let's, oh fuck, I lost it. Scrap of paper, there we go. A scrap of a red ink document with a common type of boot print left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene, was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps of the building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but a watermark remains visible in the corner. Yeah.
How could it have been lying here neglected this whole time?
Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More Dead Man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So would you like to add this to the arcs, or should I? Well, seems like you've got momentum going, so please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han. It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here on those windows or even upstairs, oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Yeah, I was saying last time that this mysterious third party is very possibly Han. And it's looking way more likely. When, honestly, it already kind of sounded a little likely to begin with.
Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the Old Guard. But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the Old Guard. Though even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikaria's legal team.
Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work.
Where do we look then?
You still got the address boss gave us? Okay. Blue blood territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host.
Should we take a seat for now?
With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on an overpriced champagne faster than I can blink.
Oh, champagne!
As much as you'd like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager.
What happened? They're all walking away.
Hey, Mama. Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. I love that she broke out the Karen. God. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response, a cranky one judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy.
I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this.
How much thought have you given the subject? I love that Sarah's been thinking about it. Alright, we got more stuff to read. What kind of light reading gets tossed around at a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Huh. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop cultivated successfully for thousands of years and on all 7 continents if one counts the agriculture science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. They're growing bamboo in Antarctica? Interesting. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. Yeah, you can use bamboo for a lot of things. I've had some, like, bamboo socks before. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. You've eaten bamboo. Ooh. It's good? That's cool. I've never actually eaten it. Yeah, it grows fast, grows everywhere. It's useful. It's a good crop. But it's a delicate balancing act between turning a cultivar to a target environment, or tuning a cultivar to a target environment, and rendering it unviable in the wild. And years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo's hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff. Interesting. And they won't pay for us to have masks. Of course. Data on the efficacy of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low. Yeah, I'm sure the corpos agree with that. And masks are unnecessary. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Plotter's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. You've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. Yeah. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern among... I wanted to know more about Ramsay syndrome. We're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide us some basic info so we can get this webpage displaying properly for you? Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics in your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Observe. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Icaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too?
Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adenine?
You're getting better at picking up on that.
You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here?
There's nothing illegal about a host club. Let's just clear that out. I mean, I know what a host club is, but a host or hostess club is a type of nightclub in which staff cater to clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behavior. The talent, hosts or hostesses, make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sale of drinks, food, or other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were internationally fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity for the first half of the 21st century, they've undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 to 30 years. Shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony, they're still calling it that, huh? May have contributed to this phenomenon. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym, where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that increases in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and long-term dating, and for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as an advisable or even mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. Despite the global trend of the decriminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or the other to switch sides. Users also frequently search for how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you, courtesan versus hostess, who would win? I love that they're power scaling them. Who would win?
So are you just uncomfortable then?
Unamused.
She's uncomfortable.
We know Morgan's a prude.
Have you ever been to an establishment like this before?
No.
Not even when you were apprenticing?
There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise.
I suppose you have a hard spending limit. There's only so much you can enjoy.
And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste.
Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering.
Not everyone takes to being complimented.
I see. So you respond more to being challenged.
When she's right, she's right. What do you think?
Perhaps not.
No. Sarah is correct. Wait, I thought I saw something pop up over here. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Wait, no, I thought I saw something over here again.
What the hell?
Okay, whatever.
Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase?
Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. And if it's not like spending money here, it'll make them less likely to cooperate.
I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items of their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data?
I really hate this place. Oh shit, okay. What do we go with? Sarah wants champagne. I know that. I'm gonna go with wine. I'll have a glass of the house red. The bartender raises their brow before nodding. When they finish pouring, I'm left with a thin neck glass of lightly bubbling crimson, and the unshakable feeling that a hole's been bored into my wallet. Candy red. Is that good?
Most red wines are darker than that. And most red wines also smell more...
You're telling me I just bought a glass of food dye and vodka or something?
Possibly. But you wouldn't be the only one to do so looking around the room.
When in Rome, it's pretty shitty logic when Rome happens to be burning cash all around you. Okay. Very fun. Mom on deck!
The big cheese.
What exactly are you expecting?
With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who...
What the hell do you want? Is that how you greet a paying customer? That your wine glass? The one that hasn't been touched?
I believe she is letting it breathe.
Thanks for the patronage, but you ain't a customer. You're the lawyer defending the hound. You came here for information, not swill. And you came to speak with me anyway. I take it means you're willing to talk? You paid for the champagne? How was it? Was my mouth flapping, not a clear enough sign? Introductions, then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Ikaria. She got pissed because you didn't order anything. It was really funny. Oh man, I wish I'd seen the really funny thing. I mean, I like I like food dye and vodka also. That was pretty good. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young blood should count themselves lucky to be middle management.
Should you really be calling them young bloods?
Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We've got PC coming out our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well, then I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They'd knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. You get a whole champagne tower and Morgan just gives the champagne to some schmuck, and then when Mama comes out, she's like, anything for somebody who heard of the champagne tower? That is kind of awesome. When it doesn't need anything from you, not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you've got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know? Let's see. Ooh. Ooh. I think this is the only one she'd care about. Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that Chopin's dead and of no use to her. There's also the chance that she has no idea the little lord is even real, in which case I'd be showing way more of my hand than I'd like. That's true. But, I mean, I'm sure she already knows about Bressa, and I mean, for one thing... for one thing... This is you, and I don't think you'd actually want to say that. Let's just start from the bottom and go up, I guess. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. Oh, right. No, wait, that's right. There was a media blackout. I forgot. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now.
There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events.
There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Okay, they gave me two credits still, at least. I'm sure I probably would have gotten more if I'd done that immediately. I totally forgot about the media blackout because it'd been a couple days. They've been using this a lot. It's nice. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless.
He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive.
And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it. Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything. Fucking hell. You need a lot of money right now. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on... Oh shit. Hang on. Nirvana, yeah. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Bah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. The best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the truckload if you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is gonna roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Course not! Who the hell just roll over for those upstart bootlicking? A goddamn fox, smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox?
Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos?
The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. I mean, he was there for a second. Ha! Knew there had to be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke.
Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of...
I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Okay. The fact that she's asking this. I think I'm right. I think I'm right and Morgan is wrong. I am really, really suspicious that Sosuke is the one who's the Little Lord. I don't know. Like this whole scene, it's not just that the Little Lord has to be alive, but like this whole scene with her, she's talking about like if she could, she would be kidnapping She wouldn't be kidnapping Makoto, right? So who does it make sense to kidnap? It's Sosuke, right? It has to be, because it just, like, it narratively clicks into place, right? It works with everything else about, like, how the Ikaria steals from them, right? I don't know, I feel like it makes sense, especially with her now asking about him like this, right? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Bresson somehow manage to nick him?
He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today.
Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes. Why? Ugh, not wasting a question on him of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? Ha! You missed that one. Try another.
What do you mean?
You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, and the feeling's mutual.
But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it.
The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo, kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. Yeah, her showing off the ponytail pose is really good. She's a really good design. I've really liked her sprites and stuff so far. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Yeah, she's awesome. It's so cool when there's an awesome, epic old lady. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. Your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs.
Plan B?
Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name, P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. You must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers. Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Cause they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city.
Did Sosuke mention that?
It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Morgan? Morgan, calling that a bluff is like... that in itself is like one of the biggest bluffs she's done, right? It is crazy that she's just going in on it. Yeah. She's so nuts. She's awesome. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man, who just doesn't know it yet. Final round.
But what if we still want to ask?
Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that?
I'll be honest.
Who said this? You some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves.
Hadn't I?
You're reviled by the international blue bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all the old guard needs transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. May you rest in peace knowing that everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at, what, 30%? 40%! 35%? Just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet Granny here. She's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go.
Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai?
The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward.
Proposition 492 is no longer an option.
Leaving them with Plan A.
The little lord, but Tariq Chopin is dead.
Yeah, he is. Exactly. Exactly what I'm talking about. Did we get her profile? I totally missed it. Let's actually read it. Oh, something's happening back there. Hana Mama Kim. She's a small business owner. She likes persimmon handbags and joint cracking. She dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, and ad vandalism. Her hidden talent is that she can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds, relaxes by shooting clay pigeons, and her motto is promote from within. The weight isn't there on a lot of the characters, like Barrows, for instance. How dare they! After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum! If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning.
So, should we speak up?
I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention.
What are you going to do?
Try consulting an expert. What do kids your age like? I knew we had to get Fran in here at some point this episode. Not my B-day. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah. I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? IDK. Even one grade below me? Their sense of humor is impenetrable. The other day, the school announced they're gonna be doing test prep at every grade level. Fucking hell, the 6-7 reference is coming. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. What? What have you just posted? What are you posting? Somebody has already made the meme of this. Also, these are Converse high tops, they're not boots. Come on. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. It's so funny that the situation with Masters and Fran is the same for Morgan. Yeah, it's a really good mirroring. Why are you even asking? I have been hired by a youth, and I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? What is that? Would that work? So what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh, so they must be like rich? Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. This is hopeless. They're so funny. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into Vizier's purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know him? They're so fucking funny. Whatever photo that is, failed to send. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever? Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They probably have more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique. Her iconic butler technique. Her classic move. Evangeline Morgan's butler technique. We all know and love it. Whenever she does this, like, at the bottom of the screen, in, like, really cool text, it says, Morgan style, iconic butler technique, right? Because I don't want to act subservient to a child!
Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle him to the ground, but that was the extent of it.
Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace! Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says,
if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him.
Well, yes, but...
Please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you.
Sarah's so awesome. About what? About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what I... There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time.
A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer.
Quote the big... Oh god, I don't know how to pronounce this. Bhagavad Gita, all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to...
Bruce Lee said that.
Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto?
Please.
If it's for Sosuke. Ooh. Is it Daisuke? The amount of question marks is correct for Daisuke. Enough. That's what I thought. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Hi, Katatonia! Thank you for being subscribed for 17 months! That's like a little more than 2 weeks. Wow. It's Morgan time. That's right. That is a gangster. Chairman. He doesn't let you call him Grandpa? All of you, show some respect now! He says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. It could be that Makoto is just like that, I guess, yeah. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tell begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then, come here, Makotan! Grandpa! How are things in the front lines, huh?
Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course. But...
My little warlord, making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door.
I was not expecting the head of a house of nobility to be so affectionate.
I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. And we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. And made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I'd seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. I love his fucking e-cigar. That's really funny. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is... not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won at a drinking game 5, I suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but... Old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake. The hell's wrong with you? Of course you can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses and think you can just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Eat your damn emails if you got nothing better to do. Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh. But then, the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made that up. You're the lawyer. Any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer, and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. Yeah, obviously he's sending Makoto away because Morgan has figured something out that he does not want to talk about in front of the kid. Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting? You know what a butler is, right? Oh, she's teaching her iconic butler technique to Sarah! Hooray! Oh, it's gotta load that outdoor scene again, I think. Sarah and the butler fit would be very good. Okay. Sarah and the butler fit would be very good. Sarah and the maid fit would also be very good as well. There was... I think the artist for the game did a Maid Morgan a while back. So there should definitely be like a Butler Sarah to go with that, and then a swapsies of that as well. Just in my opinion. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality, and history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name into history books? Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. Alright, let's see him. Born on January 25th. I almost said he was actually born on Christmas. Occupation, CEO Ikaria Financial Group, likes bodybuilding, archery, bonsai, dislikes phones at the dinner table, undefeated at enduring, enjoying spicy food. I like that this implies that Sarah does not like spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron, and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. This is a very good sprite of him, by the way. I'm just trying to remember if there was anything mentioned before about Sarah's spice tolerance. Yeah, Daisuke's fun so far. And my uncle named me his successor for it.
The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight?
They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won.
So how'd you get away with it?
Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour.
This is right before the Red Decade got underway.
And once the borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right. So did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven. No grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city. I made sure it was mine. Last call. All aboard.
And everything you built since? Renogen, Oreo Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of?
That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace.
How?
Dunno, I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale.
We being the neobility?
If that's the term you prefer.
Adonai, why is he confessing?
He's not confessing, Sarah.
This is bragging. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine?
My curiosity was genuine.
But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked?
It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed incident idiots who can't follow orders. but I expected as much. It's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby.
But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he?
No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since.
Was that your order as well?
My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm a patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse?
You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety?
Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks.
Hey, chess metaphor. Help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field, where she can attack freely, at least assuming you subscribe to...
Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makotan? Here's the thing, my thinking right now is that they don't want him. They want his bodyguard, right? But I don't know if the story is with me on that. And I don't know if it's with me on that yet also, right? Like, my honest answer is no reason, because that's not who they're after, right? That's my belief anyways. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm maybe I'm totally out there and I have no idea what I'm talking about. But my current thought has remained that Sosuke is the one that they're after, not Makoto. Which would basically explain everything about the situation that we're in, right? Why the Blue Bloods wanted to kidnap him, and also why the Blue Bloods were beating the shit out of him, right? Hang on. Let me look at the log again. Yeah. I'm gonna go with my gut. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. Hell yeah. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your soul heir than capture him. It's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left.
But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him?
Their goal has never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto has been there.
You mean...
Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think, I know, because it's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him? Idiots. If they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all.
The third what?
It wasn't just any blue bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The young bloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they want to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Blue Bloods want ultimately is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time where they need money, they're throwing the young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree?
What about Sosuke makes him so valuable?
It's his blood. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood.
Sosuke is the Little Lord?
Last descendant of the Blue Bloods' ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can give them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks, supposedly on Makoto, begin?
About a year ago.
What else happened about a year ago?
The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos.
Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones, but even he must have let blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You tell me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on their wall when they saw the results.
His reaction to this information is not very strong.
That's to be expected. I just told him a bunch of information that he already knew.
He already knew Sosuke was the Little Lord?
That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house that it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is.
If he knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger.
You know, bonsai, they look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Jeez. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the blue bloods hungrily swallow what we'd left behind. For 1 full year, we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes. Like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated. Like I'd neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry. Felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to. And the shots in the distance. I'd ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family, going back centuries, that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live?
I don't know.
So that I could invent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across.
You started the rumors about a survivor?
So long as those fools still had hope they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the Hound of his own accord. I'm sure.
But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What?
It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence.
But Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything?
Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago, not when we have attorney-client privilege.
But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods...
What? We'll work together to set Sosuke free? I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? Yeah, I mean, why would he even care to keep him out of prison? Unless, I mean, I don't know, I've always had the thought that, like, he could be wanting to use the GFA to just siphon all the blue blood money himself, right? But he hasn't. Theoretically. Maybe he has. So I don't know. He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suits against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. Yeah, that's what I assumed from the moment London opened his mouth. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get all this squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit.
Audit? Sosuke is on trial for his life.
Sosuke's sworn to protect this family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive, but permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest.
So Sosuke has always been just a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along?
I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints?
That doesn't make sense.
Huh?
Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you?
It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger.
What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions? He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't?
Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust your conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's gonna speak over a man and under his own roof. Goddamn Copper. Next the Furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now.
I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now.
It's fine. It was a good play in that moment.
But do you think he meant that?
I don't know.
Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son?
Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother? Mireille, of course, yeah. I was wondering when we'd get back to her. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues?
I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has a very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing.
Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are.
I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered?
You told me you work for Aurea Holdings. You didn't mention that you're the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along, if you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. So you know. You knew. And you thought he could parse that message? And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke. He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. Fascinating. Let's start with you. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard, and driver, and poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shout at you anymore? And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound? Guy must really hate guard duty. He must. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard want to become nobility. How did they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. I see. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew whose parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully, you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share that information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Not quite. No connection with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Who in in the world would not click that? Who in the world would see the unlock animation and not click on this? I love that Morgan does this once per episode now, right? Because this is just like what happened with Dawes in episode 1. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the blue blood who took Sosuke captive. It read M. Ikaria. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son, not once. It only happens if you find certain stuff that you can miss. Yeah, but like, a lot of this stuff has been stuff you'd have to just like, not read everything to, which, okay, admittedly, there are in fact people out there who play visual novels to not read. Which is of course crazy, but yeah. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mireille Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Renijin. Makoto mentioned your family was given 1 seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Renijin go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renijin makes and the prices it charges. Renijin is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet, the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Hikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easily when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That Dead Man Creek had a brother with expensive tuition. And TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. Oh, that's what it is. Of course. Type 2 abnormal diabetes is a subtype of the autoimmune disorder diabetes first discovered in the mid-21st century. It's characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose levels. While type 1 diabetes is largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 diabetes is acquired by poor diet and exercise, type 2A diabetes is mostly believed to result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to the disease is still not well understood, but the disease's increased prevalence in urban food deserts is well documented, of course. The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise, but even then, the peripheral neuropathy, deterioration of nerves in the limbs, and overall fatigue can be debilitating. TAD can be treated with a variety of medicines, but the most commonly prescribed is metformin, as it can be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected like many comparable drugs. How do they know it's because of exposure to specific artificial sweeteners, but not which ones? I mean, the bad faith way to understand that means that they do understand, and the companies that produce those artificial sweeteners are in with the medical companies that make the TAD drugs, right? I wonder if the people writing this have thoughts about things happening IRL. No, actually, this is it's a fantasy sort of setting, a far-off sci-fi future. Really has nothing to do with anything that is happening in the world today. To be honest, like I haven't noticed a single thing here that seems remotely similar to our modern life. Who could know? Yeah, it says it's a work of fiction at the beginning, so don't think about it. The cost of TAD medications is a well-known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth populations. While Renegen's original patent on metformin has expired, there are generic versions of the medication freely available. Prices remain high, even for drugs produced by direct competitors, for reasons that remain unclear. Renegen has maintained that metformin is sold at the proper market value and has suggested that state-mandated quality control processes are to blame for the inflated costs that drug manufacturers are forced to pass on to consumers. Users also frequently search for tingling sensation fingers. Why? How to get health insurance? What does health insurance actually even do? He'll need metformin for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? Yeah, it's literally just insulin. This is literally just like they put an extra like an incredibly gossamer thin layer of sci-fi on top of insulin. I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Icaria in relation to the Renegen board if they looked hard enough. So, you think this Creek individual is going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? You wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now, the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs his medicine? Oh, Sarah. Sarah, you're too good for this world. Oh, Sarah. Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try and help him even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies. New android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Renegen? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Icaria cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison. Equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers. What a joke.
Does Renogen produce painkillers?
No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. renogen.main.financing.prescriptionfinancingoptions.outofpocket.apply.
You have that memorized? But this portal is...
Not listed or linked to anywhere on the site, I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there.
Thank you.
Unforeseen side effects. I've received an achievement for doing this. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pulled that off.
Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think.
Maybe so. Okay, I'm gonna get up for a second, everybody. And I'm gonna be right back, okay? You'll have this lovely ticking of the clock to time when I return, okay? See y'all later! Bye-bye!
Stay tuned. Ba 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 ba.
Whoa, look at the time.
Ba 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 ba.
Excuse me. You know I'm doing my best.
Nice smile.
A 3-minute egg must boil for 3 minutes.
I call down the power of the heavens!
I've been waiting for this.
Oh yeah, I think it just feels good. That's right, my ball.
Feels good?
Okay!
Head to the wave ocean, head to wave ocean immediately.
Okay.
Head to wave ocean immediately.
Time's up. I'm back, everybody. And hey, thank you for the follow.
So, where should we begin?
What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. If you're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it, I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... Alright, stop! Just stop.
Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record?
I don't know. Probably, right? I love when she just says shit. Yes, I know what you are referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder.
If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever...
Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? A worthy attempt, counselor. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family. The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? That was both the least effectual I'm appalled and the 120% correct way to read it. That's how Morgan says it. That's how Morgan would say it in that moment.
Just taking another sippy.
The Icaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, They shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Do they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, make him sit in the dark with 500 others who have been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored you're seeing constellations and concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new, that's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. How could you even know any of that? We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there! Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Galay, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here! Yeah. Morgan is such an interesting character. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess to these crimes and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not...
If you are at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable, though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account.
No one's asking you to abandon the Icaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not?
Why not, Sosuke?
You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life. And claiming myself before the world as a son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son. In return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons. They will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Icaria than live in luxury as a blue blood? Gladly. Whoa. The intense green on Sarah's hair, I don't think we've seen yet. Yeah, the lighting switch is really good. It's really sad. Yeah. It's so upsetting. Like the way that like Daisuke talked about raising him and then just seeing the product of that, right? This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right? So, if you somehow made another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? She really doesn't give a shit if it ain't her. Yeah. And Sep, have a good night. See you later. Yeah, it's I mean it's all complicated, right? She's not gonna force it. Extrapolate somewhat, or a lot. We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions.
You're going to call him to testify?
What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Holy shit. She is going to make Han take the fall for setting Sosuke up with the gun and the knife. Holy shit. I mean, inevitably, right? Like that was inevitably going to happen. All right. You could take another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment.
Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night.
What is it? You can ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point.
I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who have shown loyalty to him.
Shown loyalty? Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere?
The people who have shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words... He considers the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me.
I mean, because if he understands who he is, then he understands that he could have been killed at any time by them, right?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Do they really shave everyone in prison? Or was that another bluff?
Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Yeesh. Hell world. I assume it's going to be loading for a little bit. Oh, okay, it was actually fine. But I still needed a sip. Morgan's apartment. Oh, back to the title screen image. You love to see it. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. True. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague, and you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Sosuke Ikari is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge just so. But the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikari are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, what I can actually say. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Or maybe empty it. Oh? Looking around the apartment? What? We can actually see her kitchen. Bake? I have to know about baking. I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. When I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. She likes to bake. That's so nice. When I was still slaving away in that witch's office, I never wanted for hungry mouths. Co-workers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes, if I let my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edge is lost beyond the horizon, which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My home pages used to be great, tuned to a T. I get closed-circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. What an... God... She's so awesome. She's so funny. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. If the end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it. But if she ever gets me added to mailing lists for diet supplements, I am fully revoking her net access. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer?
You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know, ask questions, talk to people, I guess, record what they say, take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Yeah, Morgan? Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes? That's it? What the hell is going on with me today? Ugh. Am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. Is that young Emma? No, I don't think so. I severely doubt it. Don't feel like going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Cripes. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recovered Denning's girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. Yeah? The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to the efforts of federal investigators spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. I mean, yeah, my assumption is that this girl from the flashbacks may in fact have been killed by Morgan at some point, yeah. I said this last time too, but and I know that I have like said things like, oh yeah, I don't think Morgan has ever been on a date in her life, but there is that one line in episode 0 about the idea of like killing your girlfriend, and I do wonder if maybe that ties back to this. Hi Sphinxicor, by the way. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Incorporated, which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertising, but Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up display services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed forces members. Oh my god, they were serving ads to the fucking military. They finally found a way to put ads in front of the military while they're killing people overseas. Hooray! What innovations in capitalism! Hal Del Belvino, I totally understand that you want to watch it from the start. I am having great fun with the evil girls. Serving them relevant, relatable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted, waiting for them on their doorstep when they got home. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down. Thank you for considering the Dreamcast. He graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as COO in an advisory role.
The tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked, or worse, given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. I love that we have to mythologize this guy in the middle of the article. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away. Now, what did they replace with this entire sentence? What? I feel like it's rare that I see basically an entire sentence bracketed for paraphrasing in any kind of news article. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity, a lot of brackets, did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds and we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit the breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. You know who else did a kidnapping in a quartet formation? Anyone can read handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much as a shot fired, miraculously. Who? I mean, Creek in their pod. when they kidnapped Sosuke. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspects, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. While some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' past work and the suspect's military backgrounds. Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a succinct reply of no comment. Mr. Dennings' business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life, which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here. Special Investigator ISA, Technical Analyst Solcobb, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together they are you as infuriated as we are by anti-authority outside actor anarchists inciting anxiety in our city streets anonymously? Join us in our push to make Hello, Co-Channel. Welcome to the stream code. Welcome to the stream, all code raiders. I do need to specify. I do want to know what you're up to today, Code. It's good to see you. I want to know what you're up to. But while this is happening, I also need to specify this is pretty deep into episode 2 of The Devil, and this is like incredible spoiler territory for this particular visual novel, which is extremely good, and anybody watching this should check out. Episode 0 is free. If you are a fan of women and perhaps even women's wrongs. I think you would enjoy this. If you ever play Ace Attorney, it's very inspired by it. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. But yes, check this out. This game is awesome. Code, what have you been up to? Pulsar Lost Colony. It's basically faster than light, but all first-person ship management with 5 friends. Oh, that sounds neat. That sounds pretty cool. I hope you had a good time. But yeah, at some point I'm going to move forward, and there's going to be, you know, like spoilers and stuff for what's going on in here. You should be aware of that. It's cool if you gotta like go because this sounds interesting to you. It's cool if you want to stay around too. I just have to specify. I have to specify. No worries, Code. It's okay. Have a good sleep. I'll see you around later. Bye bye. Yeah, see you later. Good night. Okay, I'm gonna get back into it. Join us in our push to make all internet searches tied directly to citizens' tax return ID. Holy shit. Just walking straight into another awesome cyberpunk dystopia moment immediately. Holy fuck. Oh, thank you, Snowfalls Snips. I really appreciate it. This is all my own art here. Well, except for the background is based on Stardust Speedway from Sonic Mania. But yeah, I do all this myself. Honestly, one of my favorite things about streaming is that, like, I get to do art stuff and also game and talk and shit. It's awesome. Okay, how's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Wait, which name? Dennings. I say Solkov, Greenfield, Beckham. Uh-oh. Japan. Christoph. On. No, hang on. Trench. Tan. Rogers. I don't know if this is somebody that we've got in our profiles right now. Huh. Wait, this is ballot prepositions. Is there something else I missed in here? Think so. Maybe chewing out Murray for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. Wait. Karia question mark. Hmm? That woman was like a black cat. Charming, but... Hang on, that knock doesn't sound like Murray. Oh, wait. That voice almost sounds like... Property shit. I better check the door cam. It's Reyes. Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? The blush? What's happening? What's happening here? Is that open up? Is she drunk? Don't pretend you can't hear me in your little creep cave, you little creep! Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh, I can just wave my badge to hell into the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model of door is it? Oh yeah, for this model of door in this city zoning, it is legal for me to unlock your door like that. Guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the book. What is happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Who'd you kill to get a place this huge? What do you even do with this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo, 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 echo. Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Does anyone even know you're here? What? Let me check. Detective Reyes, badge number 10806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, protective surveillance is suspected criminal target. Threat assessors medium to low, target capabilities, not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from, what's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies? Over. She missed her chance to kill her. It's too bad. It's really too bad. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your bio monitor. We got you. 10806. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? What? She waves her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball, Pokeball, Matcha Ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You'd probably make her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Yuck, God! Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk. And I'm drunk because you're in danger. No, other way around. I drank because I was pissed and Cass and everyone told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. 'Cause you are defending that cop killer. He's also an orca killer, a whale cop killer. Killer whale cop. Free
goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, cause you're a stinking lawyer. Thanks? And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. See? I keep saying it! This is what her core is that she is the character from a different video game that has like a wide-eyed and not realistic view of what the police is. And she decided she was gonna be a cop because she's gonna protect people. And yeah, of course she's attracted to the authority and all. Of course that's embedded in there as well. But like we said before, she became a cop for the quote unquote right reasons, you know, and the game is looking her in the face and being like, this is what this is actually like, right? That's what I'm talking about. She's laying it bare, and yes, the Morgan and Reyes here is very, very good. It's awesome. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. So I'll park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after ya. And lock him up and throw away the key. And if I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. Her fucking... the wiggle smile with the blush. She loves her. Do you really not have anything to drink? Oh, I bet you were flipping out when you saw this, Keta. I know you're the big Reyes fan. I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host, do whatever, but I am gonna do what I gotta do, and where the hell's this screw top? If I have to host a drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit! I said I'll get it! That's so awesome. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where he breaks down the horsepower. She's making her watch Car Freak videos! This is so awesome! This game is so fucking good! Cheers, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement where their engines would have horsepower capped at 270 or so. Avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with such huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower. And they all just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, the same goddamn torque rating in 2 different countries, and they were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be more noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. scared me for a second, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me that I never even had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. I didn't know the difference between gas and gasoline. So, you knew Chopin? So you knew Chopin. God. We dated, okay? Happy? Whoa, really? I wouldn't have guessed that. Me neither. I thought maybe she just looked up to him. That's crazy. For how long? Once. Which is not a lot. Duh. I know. It was such a shitty date. Wore his uniform like I was supposed to salute. God, was he cheap. I said, would you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Oh no. Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. Could always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of upsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean, Emma comes from money? Her eyes really did glaze over when she got to the donor list on that one article, huh? As even you can tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Waitress looked like she was gonna stab him. You'd think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. And then he has the balls to tip 10%. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip! Oh, well, yeah, but still. You even have a dating profile? Or you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit, looking for other creatures of the night? I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin through an app? Yeah, dating app for cops. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Why is it called Just for All if it's just for cops? It's a oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Play on words for justice for all. A cop catchphrase. Say it all the time when we catch people. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on, let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyway. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth. She was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first? I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts. The hell's that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. I'm gonna slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that date. But then I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. The whole floor of blood. Just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over. Had to preserve the scene. Just had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry? I'm not sorry, I'm angry! You seem to get angry a lot. You've been to anger management. You know what that's about? Managing anger? Keeping calm, not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all of that. If you say so. I do say so. Oh, with what I'm feeling most of the time? I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I'm just too small. A little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd trample this whole city down long before my anger's gone. They didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things. Face down in blood. Sosuke and Chopin? They were both face down? What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sosuke on the ground? Rogers, what a klutz. That guy couldn't cuff a cow. A cow? I don't know. Something that'd cuff easily. A dress shirt. Oh, what do you want? A round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest wordsmith. Just shut up. So, she has admitted that the scene that they have put together in the arcs with Sosuke standing is essentially fabricated, right? And if only she was big. I don't think anything good would happen if she was big, but it would make her happy, I think. So Sosuke was face down. But the arcs has him standing over the body. But there was no actual capture of that. Which means we're taking Rogers on his word. I still think it's Rogers. I still think that if anything happened, it has to have been like Rogers and Han working together or something like that. I propose we replace the entire police force with big Reyes. Don't think it's an improvement, but it would be funny. It would be funny, yeah. It would be funny. Just thinking about it. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I could sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. It's just fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. The last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flush that I can afford to waste time on it. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whoever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic. Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. See? You need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything.
She liked her. Morgan. Morgan. Morgan.
Lesbianだ?
The end of that is gonna be so upsetting. the end of all that is gonna be so upsetting. It's court time. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them.
The district attorney? You mean Mrs. Rockford?
Not Mrs., excuse me.
You mean Miss Rockford?
Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay, or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater.
Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Zionist completed, Adonai?
Their report on the bindings? Yeah. Let's see. A summary of forensic DNA analysis conducted by Zionist follows below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Skin matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Blood matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke, and subject E, Smiles Heavens Miller. Huh. I wonder why Miller's blood is on here. I can't remember. It's been basically a week. They used this to wipe the blood off the knife. Or something. Wait, no. No, yeah. Miller was the one that got knifed. They wiped down the knife. It had to be. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. Hey, that's true. Wait, I didn't even process that his eye is, like, exposed again now. He is looking much better. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection?
Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night.
You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail.
What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest?
I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant. I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh.
Why did they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though?
Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you'd been thrown through a windshield.
Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided.
She liked him better with the eye patch. Hearing that, it doesn't make me happy, you know. Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. Isn't that just a mole? Yeah, that's just a birthmark. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. Okay, so the fact that that's there is probably leading to something, right? Hang on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's loading. Okay, it's fine. Let's save also. Who else has something like that? She has a scar there. Yeah, I'll save now, it's fine. Daisuke doesn't, obviously. Han doesn't. Japan didn't. On Creek. Makoto does. Makoto's his kid. A negative. What's Sosuke's? Sosuke's is AB negative. Mirai's is A positive. I don't really know how blood types work in that case, but sounds possible. Yeah, it's possible. I definitely think he's Makoto's dad. It'd be some damn drama, it's true. Mirai was talking about how much she hated being in an arranged marriage, right? I think she wanted to be with Sosuke. That was what I was thinking at the time, but Morgan was the one who brought up the comparison to him being like her brother, right? So I was like, okay, maybe not, but who knows?
Thank you for clarifying that for the court, Detective. That was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were second on the scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. That was Morgan, it's true, yeah. And she doesn't think about stuff like that. It's private. Good to have it on the record so I can look it over. Detective London testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived as the second pair of officers on scene. Rogers had already apprehended the suspects, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Yeah.
I think dead on it. It's gotta be that like Rogers and Han were working together, and Han went out the window.
As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify.
Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline.
Does he now?
Interesting. Let me take another sip. I do think Murray probably told him it was charming, yeah. Sosuke Ikaria. I'm a head of personal security at the Ikaria Financial Group.
And the IFG. That's a family-run, small business mom-and-pop operation, I take it.
Family run.
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these four known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself?
I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain.
How about after the pain? How did it end?
I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin.
Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume.
Objection! I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. Light flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it.
Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria?
Yes, that's the same gun.
Let the record show that the witness is admitted to wielding the same maggots used to kill two of the victims. Is this okay?
I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it the whole room seemed red.
And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish?
She's pink, she's hot, she's girl power.
She is. There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. So he admits it?
You remember holding your sword?
Ugh, that ain't good.
That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria.
It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so oh, good night, Snowfall. See you later. I bent over and picked it up.
Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria?
No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights.
I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial? Ouch!
Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor.
If you insist! Round one, fight! Surely we're past round one by now.
The cut bindings, Yoru, and the Magus. Blindfolded, yes. Untie my bindings and stumble forward. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. The ammo was already spent. Everything on the other side was red. It's normal. All I could think to do was bend down to pick Yoru up off the floor. Normal.
Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he?
No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can undo multiple concussions, I suppose. The bindings are cut. Wanna bet? Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings, not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp.
Objecting to a statement from your own client now.
Oh, what do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they're very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first...
Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Nah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right?
It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence and they had to have been cut
by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with the sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass! Well, counselor, are we done here?
Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves. I think it could have. I think I need to stay on this one, but I'm going to double check the bindings to see anything too awkward. They're saying that somebody else did it, not that he did it. It wouldn't have been possible for him, but it's theoretically possible for somebody else to have done it, I would say. I'll admit, it is possible the sword cut those bindings. But anything's possible. And the DNA evidence points to a different answer. Maybe I would have gotten credit if I had gone the other way, but I think I probably played it fine. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well.
The poncho guy?
Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall.
By your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory.
Well, how can that be, Your Honor?
What do you mean? It's not sharp enough? What a piece of...
How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. Ugh. Maybe it would have been fine to raise on this one, I guess. I don't know. That's
kind of a big deal, isn't it?
I thought so, at least. She's lying. That's not possible. Raise is correct. Yeah, it's fine. Sometimes it's fine to play it safe. Can't get hurt for not calling.
You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings.
You actually thought it would hurt me? Nah, it's fine. Sometimes they do dock you. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Creek, then picked up his sword, as he just stated in his testimony, and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement? Well, this one's easy. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said! There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did? Need to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, Doubting Thomas? It's not the android I'd have trouble taking at her word, Counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand, but this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. I assume it's just the bindings, because Miller's blood is present, and Miller matches the blood typing. This doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, it can only be that. Even if it's obvious. The bindings, what of them? They were clearly cut with something sharp. Yes, we've been over that. And the knife is sharp. But no, the blood! Okay, whatever. Harsh but fair. Oh, the finger cut. My god, I'm so stupid. I forgot all about this. There we go. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record? A little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are. What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on left hand. Do you mean slight? Like a paper cut?
More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had a cut in his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. Did I actually have that completely backwards and Yoru also would have worked there? That's so funny. I'm so stupid. Sarah handshaking 80 over shirtless Sosuke photos. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find that just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative, that blood type. Doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan, perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible, because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect, Yukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Geek. It's worth repeating, Your Honor, because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. We can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand and it was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. It's a weeb game, it's true. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool, so does anyone have her number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who works for the government, or... Dr. Sato is already on her way. So there is a group chat. I'm not in it! She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess you just slack off till she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sienna Security. And perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Adelaide Hahn, Site Manager at Sienna Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319B. Bisexual 80 moments, once again. By the way. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe, but what should I call you, though? She's flirting with the fucking adjutant! That's so real of her. Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner?
Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Cyan Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. I'm sorry, Omnicore. It thinks you're being misogynist. Where's my... Can we please not purposefully trigger automod? It is extremely distracting for me. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It's okay, Omnicore. It's okay, Goat Planet. It's okay, it's okay.
It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they?
I don't understand the question, Your Highness.
Cyan Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions.
Cell Corporation. A corporation structured such that its employees have no knowledge of its parent orgs. A cell corporation is an informal rather than legal label for a business that operates without any clear or explicit knowledge of who its parent or sibling companies may be. The name comes from late 19th and early 20th century covert cell systems often employed by terrorist or paramilitary organizations. As there is no technical definition of what constitutes a cell corporation, the experiences of employees operating within such companies vary greatly, but it is commonly reported that individuals are expected to complete their work without full information about how their jobs slot into the greater corporate structure. While many consider the comparison inappropriate or even libelous, there is nothing illegal about the organizational structure, and some consider it a prudent measure to reduce the risk of trade secrets to competitors. Users also frequently search for, "What is my job?"
AKA the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia.
If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile? Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms?
Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal capitalist tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation?
It's because you're insignificant. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast.
You got questions for me then?
Why wasn't the alley searched?
Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, "Gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs."
Your witness, counselor.
My turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime, and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Cyan Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You're sure?
Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there.
You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. Lot of naps and parked cars. Han let slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Okay, let's start with the alley. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. Could this knife have been planted there? I don't know how suggesting that the knife is planted helps the case right now. So I'm going to stay for now, I think. I'll return to it if I find myself lacking. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on the location? It was Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door is Cyanus. The individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. I'll press on this. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. Okay. I'm just curious. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. I was trying to be polite, but if you insist, were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene and the room directly below it. Were the windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange. Didn't rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. Okay, got it. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. Why would I press? Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Hoping for a more 21 than 21, yeah? It is very funny they let you press when you're at 21. Just to see if you're paying attention, you know? The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said! Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, if we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key. How convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. There's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably? So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? It's gotta be the dumpster, considering there's signs of it being moved, right? No. No, not that one. This one. The dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. There's so much garbage in this case. Yeah, it's awesome. We can all see those marks, counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. Ugh. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant. Or a setting stone, or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct, so if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... Modded arms listed there. I mean, there's no other option. They've made it all too obvious. But I already knew. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor? As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me? I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've just said. We could check your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted, and addicts, and whoever else stumbling around in that alley. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene, and how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before Sienna showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. The clicker. What the hell was that? Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it... every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with a proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course.
Near where Creek's body lay.
Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene! Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If you press this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night.
It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor.
The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock. At which point, they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have had to hide. The first floor vault, yeah. That was obviously where this was leading to. Since they didn't see her, logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor.
That is logical,
but it's also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier?
Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? I was going to point out the brackets. Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key? Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing. You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness is somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers, because he was in on it. Because the cops hated Chopin. That's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the third floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe, or...? Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting?
I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai.
If Han won't self-incriminate, the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Ooh... Ew. Wait, hang on. Do we have Rogers' testimony in here? I don't think so. I think it's gotta be Rogers, though. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building.
What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead.
That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer.
That must have been when Han...
Move the dumpster. When Han moved the dumpster in order to get the spare key. After... Wait, no, fuck! I'm so dumb! Well, no, that would be silly of her.
Yes, she certainly had egg on her face.
I messed up the order of events. I completely mixed it up.
Reminds me of someone else I know.
Can't imagine who. Allow me to rephrase. I like that. That was cute, though. When Han landed on the dumpster, the sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene, out the window down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall.
Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously.
You're telling me that?
What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin?
Well, it's either her or Rogers. I'll raise. Obviously I am.
Counselor, you...
am joking. Well, absolutely no one's laughing. Okay, yeah. It has to be Rogers, right? My theory's right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. She's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but Miss Han didn't kill anyone.
Ugh, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares?
So true.
Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony.
No objections, Your Honor.
Okie dokie!
Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. They're forcing us out, what the hell? Hey, tag along, would you?
With Sosuke?
Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly not still concussed at this point. See? He's delirious. Trust me. Very well, hadn't I? I don't know why why did I double back on what I've thought was the case this entire time? Good luck. Place empties out faster than I thought. I'm second guessing myself, and also, I mean, the other thing is that, like, losing a 14 credit at this point is literally nothing, so I'm like, you know, it probably means more to try it and fail. Or rather, it means less to fail than to, like, or wait, it means less to try it and fail. What am I saying? It's not a big deal if I try it and fail, is what I'm saying. Whereas I could be right, like it could be right if I just try it and it works, right? It's low risk. What am I even saying? I'm losing it. What's wrong with me? No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and voila. Then when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just gonna be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? If any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard? What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Youngbloods, who can use Youngbloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dying special? Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't ain't exactly got me feeling. Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m. night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because the whistles all have specific frequencies. You gotta set them into your device if you want to listen for them. Creek had nerves like ice, strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fastest that way on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and just gotten my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them. At a distance, but yeah, saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs. It was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting? Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin, just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I like Creek. His boys were alright too. but I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to, but I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy in the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley." Our windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape, but my knees had stopped shaking, and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a Cyanus rep, nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then, the people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. But none of the answers you've provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics at the jury or gallery here. I'm still here? I do appreciate the witness for being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just needed... Excuse me. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? The scrap of paper. Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P.492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your business card. Cyanus Security? You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. And not that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it. Why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities, less downtime, no sleep. Keep him too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for him to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Did you hear that? Indy? Hi, kitty. Yeah! That's her. Sorry, I heard her make a little meow. And I said her name and looked in her direction, and she scampered right over. baby will not leave you alone right now. That's wonderful. That's awesome. Kitty. So you can make an example of them when you do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money, they were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. When old bastard had them trying to grab that Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. Oh yeah, right. the mask, right. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. Maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you even notice? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Look back to see how the hell I missed it. But the damn thing was in every picker the ARCs had right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. Low reward survival tactics. Hide in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes' body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because those papers originated on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could've. Someone could've. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato! She has some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report if you even care. Fucking hell, they have to mention it. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up and kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan. That Ikarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other youngbloods to hold theirs. Whew. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitively the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Nice. I mean, obviously, but... God... Trying not to press the button that incriminates yourself nonstop, episode 5. I mean, man. I feel like this is gonna have to come back around. Like, this entire case is gonna have to come back around in episode 5, right? All of it has to. Well, not episode 1. Morgan didn't do anything in that one. Well, I mean, she did imply that she did do something. But, like, it was before the episode started. So, you know. After analyzing the knife Sarah recovered, Dr. Sato has concluded that it is the blade that was stabbed into Miller's neck, not Sosuke's katana. Yeah. Maybe it'll come up, yeah. Hang on. Let's go Sato stuck for a bit. Since she's here right now. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I have also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well, A positive. That's Chopin! I fucking knew it! I was right the whole fucking time! Rogers used the knife to stab Chopin, and then he inserted the katana afterwards to forge the scene and make Sosuke look like the criminal. Yeah, Sato's incredible. She's so awesome. 3 people cut with one knife? Can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. A positive blood? Who is there that knife that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Dr. Sato's analysis has led her to conclude that this knife is a better match for the stab wound to Miller's neck than the katana is. What a surprise. She confirmed Sarah's blood type findings and also found evidence of a third type of blood present on the knife, type A positive blood. This needs a Dojin fighting game? That is such a fucking crazy idea. You are a genius, Landshark. I can't, that would be so good. That would be so awesome. Fucking, I'm just thinking, okay. So like, would Heartbreak be an install for Morgan? Or would she be like a separate character like Nanaya Shiki in Melty Blood? It's gotta be one or the other, right? I kind of like the idea that Heartbreak is an entirely separate character slot, to be perfectly honest. 3 characters? Heartbreak Killer is like Black Battler. Yeah, right? Morgan, Heartbreak, Morgan with Heartbreak install. Ooh. I could kind of see that maybe. Heartbreak Killer is like Shadow Dio. Shadow Dio isn't even good. Heartbreak Killer would have to be good. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. Neko Morg and Sarah's Mekhisui? Yeah. Okay. I like it. Casual Fit Morgan has the insult. Ooh. That's an interesting idea. I like it. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings. Or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. Oh wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. Yes, Scarlet Draw, it's so fucking good. This song has been in my head all fucking day. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana, something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. What do we got? It's the knife. Where's it go? The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller. Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin! What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A-positive blood. Even my client Sosuke has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A-positive blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Check. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the ARCs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem, as I've thought this entire time. You're basing this on the blood? Usually it closely follows a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, then the knife was removed and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife entry's wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor, this may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human. It's true. You're right, Nab. Yeah, it does introduce, like, I mean, the biggest one, obviously, is the weapon being removed from the wound, introducing more blood onto the scene, right? Posthumous damage is also very real. Wait, why are we raising and why is this against Yumi? But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable, and stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. They didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke. They needed the katana to frame Sosuke. Wait. Did they need the katana to frame Sosuke? Like... I mean, I don't think Rogers was thinking rationally either, for one thing. I'm kind of confused on this one, I feel. Hang on, one sec. Let me read that again? Okay. So my assumption has been that they were using the katana to frame Sosuke, yeah, but did they need to use the katana to frame Sosuke? Sosuke's prints would have been on the knife, too. I think also the problem here is that I'm not, like, obviously not Miller. Rogers is the one who did this, right? But I don't know who we're saying is... I feel like framing this as being against Yumi is like really throwing me off here. Hang on. I mean, the assumption is that they used Yoru to frame Sosuke because he's the guy that uses the sword. And if there was just a knife in the back of Chopin, it would be less convincing, I guess, but is there? By main profiles, is there any reason why they would have had to swap the weapons in order to frame him? Oh, absolutely, yeah. The knife belongs to Morgan. Why did she leave it? She left it with Sosuke so that he could cut his bindings and take the fall for the murders. But huh. I don't know if I can think of... I feel like I must be forgetting something with this question here, because, like, I don't know if there is actually a necessity, like, they would have had to... They got rid of the knife because it's the actual murder weapon and it had Rogers' prints on it. They used the sword to set it up to make it more obviously Sosuke who did it. And am I overthinking? Should I just stay? Maybe I should just stay. It doesn't matter. You make a strong argument, Dr. Sato. In order to frame my client for Chopin's death, they'd have to put his fingerprints on the murder weapon, the knife. They wouldn't need to stab the corpse with Sosuke's katana. They could have just put the knife in his hands. Oh. But okay, so am I thinking am I thinking too far ahead when I answer this way? When I answer this way, I think I might be thinking too far ahead. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? Yeah, okay, yeah. Made a big mess and some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots at the scene. Oh, the red ink stuff. Making it bloodier. Yeah, that's true. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice, just so that his blood would cover up the red ink dots? This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed. That is insane. I believe just the opposite. What? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he'd had every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care, and an Icaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 9492 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client's a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he killed his captors?
Something along those lines. So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. Get him in here. Get him back in here. So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers? A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Filing a corpse just to protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back? In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers.
No problem. Where is everybody, though?
Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by re-screening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once.
Celerity?
Speed! Trials gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again.
We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers. Yourself included.
Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating?
Nah, I guess not.
Where'd we leave off with this guy anyway?
I believe that lawyer over there just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods.
I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor, that he never heard any gunshots in the area himself.
And I stand by that.
Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day? Tempting, but I guess we'd better not.
Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. We'll repeat it as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that.
The whistle! the only piece of evidence!
They didn't even make me pick it! Awesome.
Quit that already! As I have mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry. Butterfingers.
Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice?
It's been a lot more than twice now.
And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience.
Speaking of which, obviously, you gonna answer that, Officer Rogers?
Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating.
Can you read us a notification you received just now?
Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed in that device, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
It's not breaking any regulations.
Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty as sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check.
If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, you have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards.
What do you mean?
It's common knowledge that workers use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons.
Where? Don't jump scare me like that. And you've got to figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, of course. Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon.
So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia?
Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information.
So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket? Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor.
There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop.
What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What?
I see.
The hell is she reading over there?
Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night.
Oh, haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Oh, would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you've got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away. Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself. Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. You know what I mean.
Your Honor, the tip was submitted, and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at the scene where 4 of their members died. Excuse me, jeez. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in this city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added, so there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department.
Okay. It's loading. One sec.
Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately.
I never said I couldn't prove that. Okay. I'm not sure. It has to be during the frisk, right? The gun? What of it? Not just any gun. A mag-S legally registered to Anchor Tan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. That report. Officers TC and HR reported the following: subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole, and subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report? You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phone, and sat on it until last night, when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. The hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. He wanted to be the first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor, and losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was in fact a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. It's really good. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:44 and 5 p.m., yes? Obviously we do, or else they never would have received the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m., that seems like an irrelevant factor. All the court need consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range? Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just logic. The fact is, they did arrive later than Han. But I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night. If he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react at that moment? It would seem the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Of course I have evidence that explains this contradiction. I just have to go get it. Oh, right, yeah, never mind. Smooth, counselor. Flawless, really. I may not have the evidence on hand, Your Honor. You're right. I wasn't thinking about having it on hand in the moment. But sometimes living in a surveillance police state has its perks. Pardon? Like when you want to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. What? What? Can she do that? I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Reyes' drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, You'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. It's really weird that he put a hat on for this. Officer Rogers? He seems different. Hardly recognize him. Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. I see. He's put his hat on as part of his Ace Attorney, the killer reveals their true self sort of thing. Awesome. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here? Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Inkertan. He entered it into both our receiver apps at that time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traction as he berated me for my sense of direction.
So you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency.
But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an orca gunfight without backup.
You could have had backup, easily.
My partner had no desire to share our intel, or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor did I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer, delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water.
So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shot the lock off a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another?
Respectfully, ma'am. With the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found this whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up.
First to arrive on the scene? We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner.
That's what you were talking about?
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway.
That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windowsill on the 3rd floor to check.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday.
It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Playing dumb? Wrong move.
But I do know Science is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities.
Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Oop. Loading. Getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings.
If you say so.
The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? It's London's testimony.
We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the magus and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about, where do you find it? In the trash. Drum. Down in the alley. Well then, some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio-waste. Or some scientist lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know, because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. But, Sarah? We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it. He could have removed the knife. There was plenty of time between when London and Reyes showed up and when he killed Chopin. 0 points for you. 0 points again? All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D? It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was step out onto the fire escape and drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. Oh, what kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. And the target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously. Couldn't anyone manage that? Practiced martial artists who are the masters of every muscle in their body. Individuals like yourself. Hey, thank you for the follow. And me. Might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination? Eloquently put, Your Honor. He had some kind of fucking shooting badge, didn't he? Where is he in here? No, he didn't. Wait. I swear to God I remember something about that. No, wait, yeah. No, he was bad at gun. He barely passed the shooting test. I'm remembering the opposite. Shit. Okay. So it would have been a problem for him. That's concerning. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad... Oh, Emma's literally talking about it right here. So bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. So Emma is actually agreeing. at this point with who the murderer is. She is actually saying that he... Oh, wait, no. That's right. He bopped Sosuke over the head. Never mind.
Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Check. Are you talking about me?
She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies, that dropping the knife in the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just must be that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass, the piss poor aim that London mentioned.
Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy?
It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Yeah. He was looking to cruise. This whole time, he wanted to be a cop for the authority, but he didn't want any responsibility or anything. So his shooting records were bad because he's trying to fucking cruise, right? Right? Good lord, you'd have to be trying to...
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points he needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best.
But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sosuke's got the bruises, so he accepted that line of reasoning. If I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards, and we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all I'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that?
Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation.
I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force.
If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you...
It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp.
Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections? Let's hear it. Good versus evil. Man versus machine. Cop versus robber.
I'm not a machine. Or a robber.
Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
Aww. What kind of joke is that? Alright, okay. The sword. The fire escape. The medical records. Okay. When that blue blood fell down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out the second floor window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor, where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. He was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck. So before I knew it... Sorry. He turned to me with dull shock, and just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead, he collapsed after that, and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. Hang on. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. The concussion's on the back of his head, though, isn't it?
Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story.
Hang on. Sosuke's medical records. Back of the head near the top. At the time of the bonking, yeah. The blunt trauma to the front right side of his head was afterwards, right? I think I'm right on this. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune, but he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. Partners to body. Wanna bet? There we go. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured? What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of his head. The crown, as in the top of the back of his head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt to get my head checked. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull. She's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow is glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head. At the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us can examine wounds that are no longer visible.
Sosuke's injuries, they've mostly healed as of this morning.
Oh my god, she did the accelerant to fucking hide the wounds. Holy shit. Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke.
Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with the people and the defense flying in X-ray specialists and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor.
If the head wound's open to interpretation, then... medical data doesn't support Rogers' story. Medical data could support Rogers' story. Let me look at this shit again. It doesn't, because there is blood from various sources across the front of his body. He fell face forward. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers. Peepers? Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards, but what would he have fallen onto? In that room? Probably blood and guts. Yuck. You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back, but that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could only have fallen forward. What of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may, in fact, actually have struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you? What? No! Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me! True. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, and the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull. I don't know. Not quite. Excuse me? I never said that my client was standing up when this happened. Ugh. Do you mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck in the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time Sosuke Ikaria was... bent over. My client must have been bent over. It was when he was retrieving the sword. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and... Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you would like to know that you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's... That's... It's pretty good. I genuinely, while I was reading that, in my mind, I was thinking, whoa, phrasing. So... It's really good. It's really, really good. This game is really good. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown. As I said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for freshening your breath. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door, and he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there, and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room. Here. That doesn't work.
If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here, in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. You know, I have been thinking one of the Ace Attorney mechanics this game hasn't used yet is the overhead map of the crime scene. So I'm glad it's here. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see where we excuse me. One moment. Let me recollect myself. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently?
Though I will say, it's a little disappointing I didn't have to do that.
I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikaria was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There's one that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
You what?
None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and that I then what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? Well, obviously, because this was happening as you had just killed Chopin. At the time Sosuke killed him. It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart, and the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... Well, he didn't immediately kill Chopin. He fell behind, so they could do the split up thing, and then waited for Chopin to be in the room up there. And hang on, let me just double check. When you and your partner arrived, they mean in the building, not like in the room, right? If Rogers fell behind but Chopin charged up head up the stairs, then things happened exactly as Rogers claims, and Sosuke's the only one who was alive along with Chopin. Now, when they first entered the building, Rogers must have... Oh, no, you're right. He must have taken the lead, yeah. You were the one who took point, not your partner. I was getting... I got fucking mixed by not thinking outside of what he had said. I was thinking about, like, how, like... God, I was thinking earlier that, like, he could have lied about any of this, and I totally just... I didn't think about it here. Oops. It is getting late, I guess. Excuse me? Chopin shot up in the lock, sure. I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you, I testified. So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about... Wait, so did your blue blood tail... Oh, I gotcha, yeah. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor.
Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter 2 officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The Blue Blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any Blue Bloods were alive. So after Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the 2nd floor window. When Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the 3rd floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the 2nd floor. This Blue Blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. Okay, hang on. There's no proof Rogers went down the fire escape. Yeah, the scrap of paper. It has to be. That scrap of paper was found by the 2nd floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the wedding documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the 2nd floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin... If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the 3rd floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Ugh. Counselor, even if we accept that Rogers was on the 3rd floor and then moved down to the 2nd, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the 2nd floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the 3rd floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the 2nd floor, my client was already unconscious. Ugh. Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact... None of this shit matters! This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume. What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? Having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick in the mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it, at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, you know, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's not possible. Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Holy shit. Really? Officer Rogers. You were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you? What is she doing?
Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes. Less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described? No, nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner? Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Yeah, okay, that's true. Check. Oops. A damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So was he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he just had tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view, were they? Ugh, I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just... Yeah. Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Rogers' boot. Before I left, I reorganized things, tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. You, Counselor, any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Hey, happens to the best of us, Morgan. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither of them would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You've gotta be... What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of an orca violence from the silent alarm, then there was blood and corpses all over the damn place. And if the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? Ooh. Well, let me look. Sound system, Yoru, the dart card, the bat, and the knife. Huh. What could have drawn Chopin's eye? Is there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? the sound system. Does it say it doesn't say anything about this. It was playing music loudly by the time the crime scene text started scanning the environment. They don't have any kind of trace listed on this. He wouldn't have touched the katana, I don't think. I don't know why the bat would have been there. It wouldn't be the knife that drew his eye. Could it have been the dark card? Known only to rich and criminals. But it's wiped, so like, it's not like he tried to grab it either. But part of the whole point here is that he was rich, right? So it feels like it's gotta be that. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on top of some papers. You think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. Okay, that makes sense enough, I think. The dark card? It seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I, but if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden hidden underneath the datapad. I've been talking for quite a while tonight. And I've got like no water left. You don't mind if I get up and refill my water? I'm gonna be right back, okay? Okay, hydration acquired. Your Honor, this speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. Wait. They were? I totally forgot this. Oh my god. Where's the datapad itself? Here it is. Prince of Chopin's. I totally forgot. That would have made it even more obvious. And the datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened... Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing in first? Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. There's a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. The only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. Can never seem to get rid of the stuff. Why is he talking so much right now? But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene. You mean... Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' grave I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. So, he's going to lead into why would he have thrown away the knife, right? Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Icarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks, and that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Right.
Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that the jury, surely they can see...
The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury...
80, Your Honor, the jury... Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad.
So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor, and maybe the jury sees things our way. But there are no guarantees.
After all that, it just...
comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just had to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree.
About what exactly?
About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the red ink documents because, duh! His body was found collapsed on top of them. Put all that together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Anna, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? Heads up! They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. What? What? I mean, there's literally only one thing I can possibly do. But... what? His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you... No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Hi, Neko. How are you doing? We're like at the end of this case, just so you know. You finished this, right? I know you play this game too. I know you also love Of the Devil, so like you're good to be here if you're done. But just letting you know. Gotta be safe. Gotta be careful. You finished it yesterday. Hooray! Uh-oh, it's not loading. There we go. Okay. Also, that gum is never fired. What are you talking about? Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? Wait. They're having me purposefully say a bunch of wrong shit right now to look like an idiot, to lower their guard. This is awesome. Tank the damage. That's right, the bat. Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Hey, I mean, I've got plenty of credit. I'll pay the fine. Jeez, take it easy, I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. Wait. She would look cute with glasses. What? The Magus that is used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget what you need to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh. Sorry. Guess I was thinking of another case? Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Quote unquote, the blade. Alright. Well, don't I feel stupid? Loading. It's taking a sec to load. Come on. What's happening? What's happening? It'll probably be fine. It'll probably just take a second. Okay. What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment! What the hell is wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be... You're such a stupid bimbo! I don't have my phone anymore, so it's fine. It'll probably be fine. You think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You. Oh dear. What? What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? Yes! The fucking... Oh my god, tricking him into saying it. That's so awesome. We love it when the defense attorney tricks the murderer into implicating themselves. Phoenix would be proud. Well, certain versions of Phoenix would be proud, I think. What? Confused. So are these two. Because like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We already emptied the courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You were some blue blood brat. You crazy harpy! Trying to trick me at the last second? You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not! She, right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. Ah, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already! Just say it! But every now and then a different kind of victory comes along. Where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say that you... Shut up! What? Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking! You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty! Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Icaria! He murders for the mob! We could put him away! They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Not all murderers are hunted equally. Neobility assassinating each other? Let it ride. Keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards, let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important. Strange. When she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, if she's not gonna twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. You sadistic bitch! He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor and proceeded to the third floor on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs, and when they fled out the window down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement in powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke. It hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all! That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Akari is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me. I have it on very good authority that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be... well... you! What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanting to make sure that there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Blue's coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me, you feeling lucky? Well, you. Any questions? You and this DA, you're officer. You're both. You're all out of your damn minds. Hell yeah. You love a good breakdown. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. The whole neighborhood, the cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought it was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood. Not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was in fact transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. Their man on the inside. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitude sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent, so bad at his job he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Yeah, I was right, he was trying to coast. Though, I guess I didn't think he was this entwined with the Blue Bloods. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force.
Tariq Chopin.
You were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad's. We went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get.
Building security?
Morning assemblies, telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke.
Yeah, I think London mentioned something about that when he was talking about Chopin as well. Yeah, they were dare cops. There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I give a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? Why were they the fucking hat squad? Huh? Why were they the fucking hat squad? And teens were throwing soda cans at our car. Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile, his stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. The guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion.
So when you two arrived at the building...
Happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. And I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid. Or they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or this pod in my life until we stopped Anchor Tan. Different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no hound of a Ikaria, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of my head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that, couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him. Followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. That blue blood bolted. Tariq called after him. Yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking. I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this. Scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about.
Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492?
Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know where the pillars were going to be built. We knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. Little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. I just... After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so... I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil. Down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places. And it poured off that knife like a water fountain.
The devil made you do it? Haven't heard that one in a while.
If it wasn't for that dark card being there. You know, Tariq told me once. Said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
Laughed at him?
Shouldn't have lied to him. Man. Yeah. Yeah, they made it sound in the beginning like Chopin was kind of toothless. It's really, really interesting. It's really good. It's really good. It's... Yeah, the way this turned out is like better than I even thought, I think. So, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date, just because they found more evidence. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide? We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's Pod. Miller's blood, having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place, was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. Yeah, exactly. That was what I was thinking the whole time, is that, like, that Chopin was killed because the police didn't want him around, basically, right? Yeah, it's morally complex. It's awesome. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed, this court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you these last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked? I'm not shocked, I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my... Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist. I guess, for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I had this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty! No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent! No, that sounds dumb. The fucking Big O reference in there, awesome. Yeah, I really like where they went with Rogers at the end there. It's really interesting. It's really good. It is getting quite late, and I still got all the wrap-up stuff to do, so I might not be very eloquent in my feelings about this. But like, yeah, the whole world in here is just like, it's so complex. Like, they're not letting it just be like some kind of easy, simple black or white situation, right? It's really awesome. So how do you plan on celebrating? I don't know. We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange, owing everything to someone so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea.
Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear.
I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. They can find me standing right where I've always stood, protecting my family.
Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sosuke.
Young Master! Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor.
Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least you picked a good number. 100 and... Of course, young master.
You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore, even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it?
As you say. I'll start right away, if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside the motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
The chairman is here? He came here?
Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is, Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early, if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very, very wise, Sarah of House Paralegal. Who are you quoting?
Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor.
Yeah, feel free to... take Sarah with you.
Pardon?
If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it.
Yes, well, that's... Right then. I'll, find a corner in which to lift up my shirt.
An instant? Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see, looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And? What of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put me like an ant, put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors to employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should in the future avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors? You were not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a boardroom that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. Yeah, I kind of figured she got this job because of the previous case. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge?
I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding on the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elevators as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose so. It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sosuke is his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. You didn't catch this at all until this scene. I actually thought of it after they pointed out the mole under his eye. I immediately went through the profiles and went, wait, who else has this? And was like, oh shit. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Yeah, the bandages hide it. It's really good. It's really smart. Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. It all makes perfect sense, right? Because like it explicates like why Sosuke is like that. And also like why Mireille is like hovering around this so hard, right? And that's true, Zeno. I did vaguely remember that being in the flashback as well. As soon as Daisuke said, I have no son, I immediately clicked that Sosuke was the dad and completely missed them. That's such a funny line of reasoning. That's awesome. No, yeah, like Sosuke was like my immediate like first thought of like, who is the little lord? It's gotta be Sosuke. It just makes perfect narrative sense. It's awesome. It's super well done. Maybe younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother, his word... I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe coming from a woman like me, but Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the Blue Blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. This is a beautiful reframing of how Sosuke is, right? Like we said before, that the way that he was so fiercely loyal to the family, even though he knew that he was like stolen by them, right? And everything that Daisuke said about like what he did to like make Sosuke this way. But in the end, it really is because It's real actual love between like him and Mireille and Makoto. It's awesome. You, all of you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So, unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. The house always wins. It's true. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? I mean, yeah, it was a huge win for her. It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red? That's right. The Rust. Ah, right. The Rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's pod did it with such unhinged brutality, and yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Well, obviously Emma knows it's fucking heartbreak. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range, and near enough to their solar plexuses, I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... Blah, forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yeah, see you around. Just don't go tell anyone that it was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. It was a win, though. What else? What else could you define that as? That was her winning. Come on, Emma. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I've fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Oh, you're serious? Of course I am. Everyone knows it's a tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar. Kintsugi. She's helping out Diamani! Yay! I've never heard of this tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use. I mean, admittedly, she is making Diamani's bar a Yakuza bar, but that's fine, I think. Probably. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well. I must first inform Lady Murray and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well?
I'll take a rain check.
Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him?
No. No. I didn't do anything.
I see. And perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized.
That must be it. That's sweet. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. At 3:51, she's jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's gonna be that exciting every week around here, but... Yeah, Ev, what are you... I thought you had a family thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... Who were all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope.
I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. Don't think I've seen her before. You girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. It's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Ev, don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. God. 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 Baby Morgan. I didn't see that one coming. The red tricked me. She wasn't cool, kid. It's a fun trick. It's good. Yeah. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. There you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Tricked by red text and mystery. Many such cases. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, we've got a man working on the inside. I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, I knew I should have gone with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke. Yeah. 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 Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound. Is that a title you were given, or just part of the mantle that you chose to take up? No. I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Murray around like a puppy? I never, Who told you Murray was the heir when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? The Hound of Icaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid. Jokingly. Lovingly. Murray's right. I don't know anything about love. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me. No other drivers in the car. Just me, sitting in the dark, with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself, so it would have a place to hide. How can you tell?
That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain a stray. Morgan. Why did she run back? Yeah, no, I mean... Morgan is so... She's so fascinating. She's so interesting. I've said before that she has, like, layers, you know? There's like the performance, right? The super fun, playful, fake polite, like version of her, right? And there's like the cold version of her, the honest version of her, right? The brutally honest version of her, let me say. There's heartbreak, of course, right? But all of those different layers are in agreement that they're all that exists, right? And there's something underneath all of them that, like, none of those other layers want to acknowledge that there is something human there, right? That there is a heart at the core of her. And so much is, like, built up around her to just deny the existence of it, right? Baby O. I don't know, it's just so fucking good. Special thanks to me the players? Oh, thank you for making this fucking incredible game. Yeah, Meko. Like, man. I don't know. There's just so much there. And yeah, now we have to wait for episode 3. His due. Fiend. Oh, this is awesome! What a great ending art. Really, really cute. Congratulations on clearing episode 2 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. I have been wondering this entire time when this kid would come back.
I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The Rust give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the Blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building had been really busy lately. Thought if I hung around there, I might see something the rest would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No. I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What did you lose? My face. I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair. What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. What the fuck is gonna happen with that? What in the fuck is going to happen with that? Cripes. To be continued in The Devil Episode 3. Quoting scripture. Interesting. I'm not sure I know any phrases that involve the devil and quoting scripture. Not off the top of my head anyways. 7 articles, 22 profiles, 34 key terms, 28 pieces of evidence, 345 total credit earned. The devil quoting scripture? Oh, it literally, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Never mind. Your high score is currently 345. Watch a low bat. Watch a low bat. Holy crap! You're playing with fire on this one. This is a risky raid. I literally just finished episode 2. I have just completed episode 2 of the Devil. You could have gotten in there at like the ending and everybody will be spoiled. It could have happened. Washa, it's your birthday? Happy birthday, Washa. It's great to have you. It's great to see you. What were you up to? What were you doing? Let me take a freaking sip. Revenge of Shinobi. I love the Shinobi game. Revenge? I have no aptitude in. It's something that maybe someday I would return to and try to actually be any good at it. It's so fucking hard. That one is so hard. I think I have a complex about that because like Shinobi 3 has always been my game for so long, and I think I get a little prideful about like not being good at Revenge of Shinobi, like it not transferring to that at all. Keep trying to run. Yeah. I hope you had a good time. I hope you did good. If anybody here is new here, I'm Fire Mountain, and I play games for you on internet to radio television on your computer. I had a fucking incredible time with this game. If you have not checked out Of the Devil, you should check out Of the Devil. Episode 0 is free. There's 2 more episodes and there will be more. If you like games like, I don't know, Ace Attorney,
but maybe you think there should be like women, and maybe the women are a little twisted with it. I think this could be the game for you. It's a really, really good game. I have been absolutely amazed with the writing, the art, just basically everything in the game the whole time. It has been absolutely incredible. You should check this out. I've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios. Hooray! And I have 385 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors, which I have all of already. Ha All right, hang on. We now have Sarah on the clock. Wonderful. Very cute. Super awesome. What's new in the concept art gallery? Episode 1. Ooh, here we are. Wait. I think this is new. Yeah, this is the lower wards. Man. Their 3D is also just like, it's really good looking. All of their sets are really cool. I really like this, actually. Like, being able to see all of the cubes is really awesome. The shape there is awesome. I love that. Here's Diamante. This guy's awesome. I hope we see more of him. I mean, I'm pretty sure we will see more of him. But he's a really good addition. Here's Creek. The Made Man? Question mark? I have been wondering. What was the deal with this? Very interesting. I like that they wear like house slippers. It's on their shirt, yeah. Trey here. I kind of like Trey's vibe without the jacket more. It's Miller and Tanks. What do we got in here? Yeah, the office, the torture room. Well, no, I know that a made man is a member of the mob. Oh my god, I've been talking so much tonight. I feel like I fall over my words just constantly these days. Makoto and Mirai. Wonderful. It's very late, it's true. This stuff was also great. Is Mirai single? Literally no. What? Definitively no. Oh my god, they actually had the tattoo. We never actually got to see this. This is awesome. How come they didn't show it to us? Well, I mean, plenty of reasons, I'm sure. The bar is really cool. Here's Han. She was really cool. She was... I really liked Han. But what a great addition. What if there is a lesbian fuckboy in here? this freaking guy. And this freaking guy. The club. Now, why is London here as the height reference? Why is this one London, I wonder? Kim and Daisuke. Oh, and they have younger versions of them also. Kim was really awesome. I liked her. Ah. And the casual outfit. And Baby Morgan. God. Really great. The casual outfit was so freaking good. Okay, I gotta look at these. I have to see these. I mean, honestly, I should probably stop, but like, I do want to look at these. Oh my god, there's a next page? What are you saying? There's so much stuff. What? Okay. Alright. I have to look at it. Interviews, Icaria.vid. Begin playback.
Why rubbing alcohol specifically?
Nostalgia. It reminds me of days spent bandaging scratched knees and blistered knuckles.
You did that for Makoto?
No. Some other boy who was always overexerting himself. I like the smell of blood for the same reason.
Oh.
And antiseptic and scalpels. That boy was always so hardy, he made for the perfect test subject.
Test subject?
I still think about finishing my medical degree sometimes. But I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did.
What hobby is that?
Poison making. What's with that reaction?
You made it sound very intimidating just now.
Oh, I was trying to make it sound exciting. If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they all think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, that I'm going to try and sell them candles. Well said. Very well said indeed. You have a much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know. I make countless immaculately thought-out references to Hegel and Ozymandias, and that red woman stares at me as if I'm quoting comic books at her.
Comic books can be good too.
Comics are for children. Are you a child?
What about graphic novels?
What is a graphic novel?
One Piece, for example.
Oh, One Piece! Who's your favorite? That's so funny.
Why lists King Arthur alongside those other historical figures?
Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know. But even if his exploits are not factual, it still stands that he united a divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism. This kid loves One Piece, it's true.
He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons.
I know. Impressive, wouldn't you say?
Very much so.
The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own.
That's quite impressive.
The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times, but I was reading a version with handwritten annotation, so I managed just fine.
There was writing in the margins, like a hand-me-down?
Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better.
Was it given to you by an older family member? Yes, but it was not handed down to me, you see. Oh. And I went on to annotate it further myself, so that I might someday pass it on to some other reader. So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you? So funny. Yeah, the gleeful smile on Makoto and Daisuke both are so awesome. Really good sprites.
You've got until I finish smoking this, or I get bored.
Very well.
And I get bored fast.
Oh, well, if our time is limited, perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics.
And just like that, I knew he was gassed. Lowered my frame and flipped him out of the ring in one motion. An overwhelming, trampling victory. Best kind there is.
I can imagine.
Oh, you done any wrestling? Any MMA yourself, little copper?
Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build.
Sounds like an excuse. You sure you're not just scared?
Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports are not arguments. They are a pure expression of noble competitive sport. Spirit, sorry.
Huh?
That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge.
Oh, well said, well said. I know exactly what you mean. When you lock eyes, there's nothing else that needs to be said.
I agree.
So what'll it be? Arm wrestling? Sumo? Chess boxing?
Why not all three?
Good! Very good, you little... Sir? What is it? Can't you see I'm in the middle of... Well, what is it? The VTUL needs to leave now if we're going to be on time, sir. Here's a quote, then, for your little survey, copper. Success can be a prison. But even in a cell, a man who's mastered himself remains a lord.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
What the hell? Makoton said that it made perfect sense. Yeah, he absolutely went into long-winded fight stories. It's awesome. And then you engage.
I see.
So you need me to stand here and film you two because... Why?
Because Sosuke is teaching me how to do a 1-inch punch, and I need it recorded in from a distance in order to practice it later.
Why? Because she asked me very politely, Morgan. What more do you want?
No, why do you need to know this, Sarah? Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantage of a 1-inch punch. Because there's no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent. And deliver maximum force to a critical weak point even in the tightest of close-quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double for each of them.
Fucking hell. It's almost too many references. What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is likely to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan. And that's not incorrect. Right. Well, I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics.
Adonai?
And so I can state this much with complete and utter certainty. Hey. When performed by the same person... Hey! All else being equal... Stop! A 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one.
That can't be true!
Why would you... Am I wrong? You didn't have to say it like that. There is no need for you to say it like that. How am I the bad guy here? The fact that you can even say that is... It's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right?
That is true.
See? Perfect Ikeme. Really cute. That was very good. And yes, there was still almost too many references.
Survey workplace.
They went so fucking ham on references this episode. Throwing out flowers always depresses me, actually putting them in the bin. By the way, I had a moment where I thought that they were trying to lead me into, like, I thought it seemed like they were leading me towards Han being the killer, or like more directly involved in the killing. I'm glad that didn't end up being the case. I'm glad that my original assumption was true. So they end up just withering around my place. I might have some kind of record for number of flowers killed at this point.
Why do you buy so many flowers?
I don't buy them. I get sent them. And chocolates and wine and lockets of hair. Sometimes all mixed together. How these people even know where to... Mama? What? You give anybody my address? The hell kind of question is that? How did they get my address then? Or maybe if you stop putting your personal contacts on your business cards, you wouldn't be so easy to find. So now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stalked. Not very forward of you, Mama. Forward? You think I don't know about forward? You brats don't know shit about political correctness. When I was your age, we lived... She's gonna go on for a while. You need to save battery or data or whatever. Yeah. We sure do list a lot of things on our profiles, don't we? Our pronouns and bios, yeah.
So, is this where you previously worked?
Yeah, I was what they call a number one gal.
And that involved people buying you lots of drinks?
Selling dreams.
That sounds like a very nice way to make a living.
Nah, it's pretty mean. What are you doing here anyway? Gloating? If you're not gonna come back, don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea. Come on, Mama, I'm just sitting here. And a crowd's already gathering. POV stuck in a room with your millennial uncle. Yeah. My bad.
Would you ever consider making a return?
Nah. I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it, with the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps. Keep it up and I'm handing you a mop. But I want to be moving up, you know? Always up. And the only places up from here are those cloud palaces where the courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here up to there. There's no footholds. Maybe you make it all the way or you fall. Need a little more security in my income than that. Plus, working in security, I get paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesan in the city gets to enjoy that feeling.
Without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership?
Pretty high.
But she also works here as a
manager.
So does she need to?
We're not as rich as the Ikari or as insane as the rest. We all gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included.
I see. But even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her
age. I think she's comfortable for her. She married into the Blue Bloods, you know. And the pictures of her I've seen, the vibe I get, I think she was kind of a trophy wife.
Oh.
Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned on that deal. But she handled it, obviously. And I can't name any other old guard I could tolerate hosting under. The hell are you whispering over there? Not whispering anything, Mama. Your hearing's just gone to shit. Very funny. He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Guess he was afraid if she went to the hospital the paparazzi might notice. Because it turned out that was the least of our worries that night.
I could pass a message to him if you'd like.
The hell would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him. And he's not taking the bait.
I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment.
Fat chance. We don't share any blood. We've never met. And if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink.
I think that Sosuke would blink.
Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. But if he wanted to be family... Ah, forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. If I look away for 5 seconds, all the talent around here devolves back into high school drama addicts. She took my locker. She stole my deodorant.
No one can deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim.
Thanks. I know. But you still gotta pay for a full hour's worth of that booth.
Would Adonai be upset if I put it under her name?
Recovered session. What's this one? Taking a sec. It's taking a sec again. Is it like... No, it's not always... I always wonder, like, what is it that makes it load this much, right? Like, I was thinking it was the background, but sometimes it just loads on stuff that isn't loading like a new background, right? Here we go. Anchor T private campaign backup session 13. Alright, it's recording. Tanks, do you have to record this? If I don't record it, Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week. Guilty as charged. Do you have to video record it? It's fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it, so it's just audio. What's up, Trey? I was bothering you again? Huh? Are they flickering? Nah, but you're sharing a hole in the wall. Oh, I was just thinking, like, are we cyberpunk? I think we qualify, yeah, but we can go get you some felonies if you're feeling... I mean, like, culturally. Is this cyberpunk? What do you mean? Just dice and paper. Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked. Perfect way to fight Big Brother, don't you think? Yeah, but we could do cards or something too. You think playing Go Fish is cyberpunk? Well, no, but like a tabletop RPG? That's what you're on about? I'll be real, you sound dumb as shit right now, man. Huh? There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than a tabletop RPG. Yeah? I mean, I guess it was a tabletop RPG. That's true, I guess. He's got a point. Earn your history, Trey. Now pay attention. As you approach the town's walls, swords clanging and shields ring out. Voices rise and arrows are loosed. You've stumbled upon the closing acts of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapet's a stern, horned woman. Her long, proud hair slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you. She thinks we're like enemy reinforcements? Kinda are. We got a charter from the Dukedom to protect his people, and the horn guys are all foreigners. Can't we ignore that? If I break an oath, my build is screwed. Oh. I have a telekinesis, right? Yeah, it's really good that Tank is the DM. God. I can't believe they just put in the These guys playing, just doing like a fucking D&D session. It's awesome. You gonna toss her off the wall? What? No, talk to her. What's the spell? You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking. Right, okay. I use telepathy. Roll the dice. At a 14. Okay. Skimming the surface of her mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair at this brazen defilement of the rules of war. Oh shit. This is a Hornling village and she's under attack. Tough luck. You gotta know. Yeah, but if I ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed. Paladins have it rough. Well, can we get inside? The woman is injured, but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lever that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts her grip on her club. She is seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering. Can she hear me? Yeah. Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady. 19. Every time? How do I even... Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your arrival, and betting on that hope, she throws open the gates for you. Creek, do you have different dice than the rest of us? What we come here for again? Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you towards the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth the Never-Dying. Okay, persuasion. I asked the lady where Elsbeth's tomb is. 20. That's not even... While she is first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic, your, clever wording subtly hints at the idea that Elsbeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off her village's raiders for good. Yeah. It's really awesome. Like, it feels like Tank is just like so much more invested than everybody else is. It feels like. Which is very tragic. The elders used to frighten us with tales of Elsbeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my nan would tell us that she'd rise up from the end of the town church if we didn't do our chores. Okay, so the dungeon's in the church? But of course, the church is locked down and full of our women and children, along with the sick and the elderly. We'd never risk their safety by opening the church doors while this battle yet rages. Well, yeah, but I can just pick the lock, right? Creek doesn't care about the roleplay at all. Creek, come on! Can you fucking RP with tanks? Come on! Come on, you always do this. Do what? You always luck your way out of the battles, and then we get beat up for 15 turns. I come back to revive you, don't I? I don't think you've even lost HP yet. I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict. Avoiding all the scenarios I set up, too. Alright, I'll, throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19. Creek is literally not giving themselves over to the fiction. They are playing with loaded dice. And they are refusing to roleplay properly. What's their fucking problem? I'm genuinely annoyed by how Creek is acting here. The knife, hits him right in his eye, and he dies instantly. They are joining in. They care about playing with the rest of the crew, but like, I don't know. So somebody's gotta talk to Creek about engaging with it better. Dropping the keg of burn gel, he was rushing towards the nearest fortification. Oh wait, that's me. That's my guy right near. He dropped a bomb? I have 3 charges of Valorous Inception. I can shield you. Yeah. Tragic. So, the Hornlings in this village are legal citizens? I thought they were all foreign to this land. This village is lorded over by vampires, though, remember? So you wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town or a ghetto for immigrants or whatever. How's that work? Why does it do cool with vampires? It's all legal. The Hornlings just play bud taxes instead of gold for the Lord's protection. It's on the nose, but sometimes the tabletop game does need to be on the nose, right? So they got vampires here too. Can we go in the castle and kill the vampire lords? I mean, you can do whatever, but the vampire clan is the legal protectorate in the area, so you'd be committing a crime. Is your build screwed if you commit a crime, Miller? I think if it's like the right thing to do, it doesn't break any oaths. So is killing the vampire lords the right thing to do? Kinda subjective. Oof, not what you want to hear from your good guy. Well, I'm not a good guy, I'm only playing as one. So Danks, if we charge into the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right? I'm not gonna tell you. Come on. Look, it's a castle. There'll be defenses and shit, yeah. I'm game. Hornlings seem cool. Let's kill some landlords. After the fight we just went through? We just rested? Yeah, but you just did like 5 that 20 counter. Hi, Mokami. Welcome to the stream. I'm, God, it's really late. I don't usually go late like this, except I'm also probably going to go late like this for another stream coming up soon. So maybe I do usually go late like this, who knows? We're wrapping up bonus content at the end of episode 2 of The Devil. But what are you up to? What's going on for you? Yeah, it's really late. It's really late, but I have to keep reading so that I finish. This is the problem. This is the problem when you put me in front of like the visual novel that I really enjoy, is that I keep reading. I keep reading way long. And I mean, this also happens to me with like books also. I have a history of doing this. Oh, 100%ing items in Metroid Prime 4, wow. So you liked it then, I assume, if you did 100%. My good friend Gloop Queen is also playing Metroid Prime 4. Just started recently. You did like it. Not all of it, but it's fun. That's good. You can't always expect to like every part of it. I don't know if you're aware of this game. This is Of the Devil. This is a cyberpunk noir Ace Attorney-like with twisted women. If you enjoy women's wrongs and like the Ace Attorney series, You will like this, I'm sure. Right now we're just looking at bonus content of like, generally the bonus content after you finish this is like, it's like more details about other characters that you've seen during the game that aren't the main characters, you know? And we're seeing, some guys who are at the beginning of the episode, play D&D right now. And it's really good. Yeah, but you just did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. I think you might be burning through all of your luck. I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys. Thanks, Creek. But also, you are literally out of change of fortune charges. We just rested. It was a short rest, though. Damn. Reality's cruel. File corrupted. Playback terminated early. That's cute. That's very cute. I need to know what these are. They made you care about the boys. Yeah. Police static personal mobile. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that was Tanks' D&D podcast. Sighting, witness statement, anonymous report, emergency call from a burner. What is all this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right? What do you mean? All this new info coming in surrounding Creek's pod. And all of it pointing towards the rust for some reason. You don't buy it? Of course I don't buy it! So you think the Ikari are trying to point fingers at the rust after Sosuke has been proven innocent? Well, no, that doesn't make much sense. But someone's trying to pull something. If the Blue Bloods are their victims and you eliminate the Ikari, that just leaves the rust. But why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves? I don't know. I guess it can't be them doing it. The gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the Reds versus the Blues. True. But finding that someone is a task that even OC would struggle with. And we got our own hands full. With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to heartbreak? Prep for the convention. Chief wants everything to shine. Ugh. Grin and bear it. Any hair out of place in the private sector will... Next episode is totally gonna be City Hall, right? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. That's the escalation. Like, episode 1, corporations. Episode 2, the police. Episode 3, the city. Phone call? Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me? No, it's fine. Need some air anyway. Hello? Whoa, hey, wasn't sure you'd pick up. Why wouldn't I pick up for my adorable nephew? What is this, am I on speaker? We gotta stick to code names? No, I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line? It's the only number I have. You haven't exactly kept in touch. I don't... Relax, man, it's a joke. Remember those? You used to be good at them. Yeah, I remember. I never took anything seriously. Only way to live. I hope you don't mean that. Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you. Why call me now? Take a guess. Oh, you can't. You're serious? You're the one trying to take credit for Creek's pod? Waste not, want not. No one else seemed interested in that. Hey, nephew. Yes, sir? What the fuck are you thinking? The Blue Bloods will drown you. You think you have the numbers? Well, they have unity. A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Creek was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the Youngbloods. I extinguished that, and the old guard haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were a Youngblood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now. Want to start a civil war? That's on your head, but taking credit for kills you didn't earn sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it. Fake it if you ever want to make it. Don't worry, the Youngbloods will start seeing some real casualties soon enough. Don't do this. Do you even have permission from... Now that's low. You of all people threatening to tell Mom? Because I'm taking initiative? Because I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold? You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo? Go right ahead. I'm gonna move. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't call to argue. This is a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate a warning about all the smoke that's gonna get blown up your ass over the next few weeks. Thanks. But I'm not so old I can't recognize bullshit when I smell it. It's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp. Besides, I'm not an OC anyway. You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? Thought that was like a sabbatical. No. That sucks, because I met all the guys who are in OC, and I don't like any of them. Sounds like they're doing their jobs then. Sure. Hey, listen, I didn't mean to drop contact. Don't worry about it. You picked up when I called? That's all anyone can ever do, right? Bare minimum. Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over for dinner. I guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. Damn, you're full of good advice today. Get the fortune cookies afraid for their job security. I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. There it is, the double emphasis. What you used to always say, redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart. And I guess that might also be something for next time? Question mark? Okay. Last one. There's a lot of shit lined up for next time, yeah. Oh, fuck. Judicial handheld personal mobile Rockford E. Begin playback. Hey. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. Well, I just had a loss, but don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks. It'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah, no, I read the story. Well, but I could. It's kind of hard to read anything in between the editorializing. Right. If it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. If I can be conspiratorial for a second, I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. But that's going a bit far. It's more like, so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish the chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. They're really hammering. They're really hammering what next episode is gonna be about. No, that's okay. I thought about it myself. I just don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Wow. You're taking it pretty seriously then. Reflects their priorities, of course. Data's their lifeblood. No, I mean, that's great. How long will you be in town? Yeah, I'm excited to finally meet. In person. Oh my god, it's I've been thinking it must be the person that she mentioned that she's been staying up late talking to. Oh god. We should get dinner. Yeah, definitely. Sorry if you were hoping for that kind of excitement, but no.
There's no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. I think you'll be fine. Call saved. Morgana's gonna be so thrilled to meet this person. I have my suspicions about this person. I'd be interested to hear about them sometime. I have a lot of thoughts about Emma herself as well. Anyways. Thanks everybody for sticking around and watching. I went so fucking long tonight. Holy shit. And my next stream is probably going to be longer. So just so you know, everybody who's here right now, normally I would be streaming on Tuesday. I don't think I'm going to stream this Tuesday because I am going to stream on Wednesday for New Year's Eve, okay? And you want to be here for Wednesday, for New Year's Eve, because I am going to be playing Sonic 2006 for the first time to bring in 20 years since it released in 2026. So I'm gonna be marathoning that as long as I can. I've said my stated goal is that I finish the Sonic story at least, but we'll see what happens, okay? Anyways, look forward to that. And that is when I will see you next. I'm gonna find somewhere to raid you to. Guests, or is that a surprise? There will probably be guests, yeah. There is not anybody for me to raid you to because it is 2 a.m. and I don't think I follow anybody who is raiding who's streaming right now. So I guess I'm going to have to just end the stream, everybody. I'm sorry that I did this so late and so long, but I had to keep reading. I had to know. I had to see the rest of it because this is so fucking good. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Go the fuck to sleep. Go home, everybody, okay? See you all later. Oh my god, Tara! Tara, you're here!
Bye!
It's good to see you. Play this game, Tara. You super should. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Bye, everybody. Bye!